Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Here we are on this Tuesday morning, April 7th. Crude back above $115 a barrel, and equities maybe recognizing it a little bit, maybe not for long. Who knows? We'll discuss all of that and more in this morning's panel. Joining me live, our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Senior macro strategist, Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And we calling him Jim Bonds now? We might see a graphic on this later. I'm just saying. Our senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. You'll be pleased to know I was able to secure a payday loan and pay the electricity bill yesterday.
Were you? Oh, well, glad to have you back, man. Very nice. And you know, Jimmy bounced out early. What he was doing was he was checking his parlays for the college game, and he didn't want to say anything. Well, Michigan won. They didn't cover, so I didn't win, but Michigan won. Good game, nonetheless. I love March Madness. So much fun. Now it's the week of the Masters, too. It just, I'm turned into a couch potato watching all this stuff. I've never watched it.
By the way, Dolly, the lady women Gamecocks came in second. They did a great job. They lost to UCLA. UCLA was just dominant, but it was a good game.
Yeah, I did watch the end of that game a little bit. I turned it on. They were up like 20-something points. I was like, wow. Yeah. So, well, all right, quick look at the tape, and then we will get to the news with Shai. Again, equities down this morning. You've got NASI down 0.75% to 24,000, sub 200. You've got S&P at 66.17, down 30-something bucks. You've got Dow down a couple hundred. Russell's down nearly 20 to 25.36. And again, crude oil's up 338 to 115.79. You've also got heating oil, which is diesel, at 455. You've got natural gas up to 283. Here we are. I mean, gold is flat. Gold is even struggling to really hold on to any significant gains. I continue to watch it. And obviously, again, I go back to the price of oil. It's impacting everything. When oil is up, everyone's scared to really do much of anything, and nobody wants to sit on anything overnight. Remember when that Asian market trade was all about gold just going up every day? Mm-hmm. That's not here right now. Metals across the board sliding. Platinum down to 1950, silver at 72.25, and copper at 5.58. Bond market, off a little bit this morning. Again, not a surprise with inflation coming in potentially. Again, bond markets slipping slightly. 10-year yield at 4.35, and mixed against the dollar. Nothing exciting there, really against the dollar. Nothing like pops out to me. Commodities even this morning just a little bit softer. Again, not much in Bitcoin, 68,515 in the futures. We'll talk about all this and more. Share the news.
All right, so we'll start with the top. At 6:25 a.m., we heard reports that there were explosions on Karg Island. Karg Island is where 90% of Iranian oil exports go through. Iran's semi-official Merritt agency said it doesn't specify a source of explosions. Now, on that, we had U.S. futures in the red immediately. Oil ripped, bonds down. Later, news agencies reported that the U.S. attack was on Iranian air defense systems, not oil facilities. That was at about 7:20 this morning. And then we had Reuters reporting that the Iran's Revolutionary Guard is threatening to target U.S. and partners' infrastructure and disrupt regional oil and gas supplies for years. Obviously, we saw oil tick higher on that. So that's kind of a brief picture of this morning. But we also did have the IEA Chief Faith Barrell said the current oil and gas crisis is more serious than the ones in 1973, 79, and 2022 altogether. The world has never experienced a disruption to energy supply of such magnitude. Given that, amazing that, we're still sitting at $115. Moving on to just a brief overview of what has going on with negotiations. So negotiators are pessimistic Iran will bend to meet Trump's demand to reopen the strait before his Tuesday night deadline, paving the way for the U.S. to target Iranian bridges and power plants in a fresh escalation of war. Decisions on any negotiations are being run through Iran's Supreme National Security Council and the new head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. If the president sees a deal is coming together, he'll probably hold off, but only he makes that decision alone, according to a senior administration official. Defense official said they were skeptical that there would be any extensions this time around. I guess we'll see. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance is on standby, prepared to jump into sensitive negotiations with Iran if back-channel talks advance to a point with a direct meeting with officials. Britain is holding a meeting today. Will host a military planning meeting of more than 40 countries willing to secure a safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. We'll see how that goes. So far, we have seen countries reluctant to get involved militarily. We have 5 ships have passed through overnight the Strait of Hormuz. This is down from 7 the day before. Still, this is down from 135 per day before. We have airlines across Asia cutting flights, carrying extra fuel home from airports, adding refueling stops as the Middle East conflict squeezes jet supply. We talked about this before, a little bit about the central banks are still buying gold, about the fundamental picture of that. So we have China's central bank bought the most gold in more than a year in March. They bought 5 tons of gold, according to the data they released on Tuesday. That means that have added to holdings for 17 months straight now. We have on the market side, we have RTY and ES in negative gamma territory and Q in positive gamma territory. And as far as data today, at 8:15, we have ADP weekly employment change. At 8:30, we have durable goods orders, cap goods orders. 11, New York Fed 1-year inflation expectations. And at 3 p.m., we have consumer credit. So still kind of light on the data, not very market moving. We'll see what ADP weekly employment changes, but that's kind of become less important since we now have non-farm again. And that was kind of an added thing. We only used to do the monthlies.
Yep. But the tape it's pretty thin in these pre-markets, and ADP, I would expect it to be a market mover. If you got a position on coming into ADP, just make sure you work a stop or even just kind of blow out of it, just because I think, again, tape's pretty loose right now. I mean, crude sits up at 115, Craig. I mean, what's going on here?
I was kind of thinking right before the show, this really reminds me of Liberation Day last year, right? We've created this headline, this deadline, April, whatever today, April 7th kept getting moved, but it's finally here, I think, right? The president has moved it to this 8 p.m. deadline of deal or no deal. And he creates these crescendo market events that really become binary outcomes, right? I mean, either we're going to make a deal tonight, which is increasingly seeming less likely given some of the strikes this morning and some of the rhetoric from Iran overnight, or we're not, in which case there's likely going to be a pretty, big escalation of what we've been fearful. And so that dynamic of moving from phase 1 to phase 2 of this trade moves back to phase 1 again. It seems like we're getting there again. And I think the market is starting to sniff out a little bit of hedging or some concern that we're not going to come to a deal tonight, given the comments overnight. So, but to me, the market doesn't seem properly hedged up for an adverse outcome tonight, which is similar to, I think, how people were positioned into Liberation Day last year, which was the cooler heads are going to prevail. Trump's not going to go through with the escalatory tariffs to the degree that everyone was concerned about. All of a sudden, he kind of did, and everyone's like, oh, crap, this is a problem. Seems like, it's different with respect to geopolitical concerns than tariffs. But again, this binary outcome, he gets to really decide, is he going to go all in on attacks or not? And Iran's basically said, come at me, bro. I mean, it's, it seems like we're, here we are. And for markets, how do you decide what to do? You kind of need to see the other side of this. You really need to understand, are we going to ratchet things up, or not? And you're seeing the cross-asset market correlations are reestablishing themselves, right? VIX up, equities down, bonds down, crude up, gold down, dollar up. We're back to the cross-asset correlation of one trade again, probably until 8 o'clock this evening. Maybe that gets pushed up a few hours if Trump says, forget it, let's just go. But based on the news overnight from Iran, it doesn't seem like they're, it seems like we're very wide gap between where the two sides are sitting right now. It doesn't seem like we're going to get to an agreement, the next, whatever it is, 12 hours.
Yeah. And again, who wants to sit on anything overnight, even the big guys? It's hard to position yourself into this. Why are you going to put on a large position in any one direction? And again, if you just pulled this war out of it and you looked at the tape this year, I mean, equities just look like a range-bound year. I mean, yeah, you might get a lift here in the next couple of days, almost kind of regardless of what happens, just because technically we're looking like we could bounce. I've said it. I think NASDAQ's hit a good area for now. I think that's why they've gone into like positive gamma. S&P is still a negative gamma. Maybe touch on that a little bit. There's a little bit of discrepancy there.
Yeah, I think it depends on, the duration, from a zero data expiry perspective. I think NASDAQ's maybe in some positive gamma, but kind of the broad tape construct is a negative gamma, beyond the 0 day stuff. So, I think if we start to get moves to the downside, they will accelerate here. And with respect to the positive gamma, it just means that it's going to be harder to see the breakthrough. We've talked about this, right? It's hard to see the breakout of the indices in a positive gamma tape, unless there's real strong headlines. And so I think that'll, that's putting a cap on the ability for indices to break out.
Yep. Trump is speaking right now. We are seeing index markets slip on this, but he said, I don't want it to happen, but it probably will happen. The attack tonight, a whole civilization will die tonight. One of the most important moments in history is tonight, and a wonderful thing can happen with a new regime.
Seems like that's a Truth. Yeah, a Truth Social post. I mean, yeah. Obviously these are, sensitive and, pray for everybody and pray for peace. But it doesn't seem like we're going to get that this evening. And we've we've created this moment, and markets were, for the last few days have kind of been trying to find a bottom here, look through the worst of things. But if we push back to a phase one where Karg Island is struck, where the energy infrastructure, actually, their petrochemical facilities in Iran and Saudi Arabia were both struck overnight. These are huge, implications for global supply chains. So if that's what we get, and we get a continuation of that, back to phase one, risk off type trading, we could be there, pretty quickly. Yeah.
I mean, Jimmy, to you, can the market fight through? Let's just, again, we don't know what's going to happen. We saw President Trump just tweet right now. We don't know. I mean, again, these tweets and all this messaging, we're in a time of war with Iran. So it's like, I really can't look at what he's going to say and assume that that's what he's going to do. Because if there's anything you learned about President Trump, is that he's got an idea of what he wants to do. He might say some of the things he wants to do. He obviously says what's on his mind. It kind of goes without saying. But you really don't know how fast he could change his mind on what he just said from one thing to the next. So you can't really lean on that. It is what it is. The tape reacts to it. You move on. But again, I go back and look at what I can control, and I look at the market. It's like, again, equities are finally feeling finally. I mean, it's just been a few days, but they're feeling the sensitivity of crude is at 116 plus.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of interesting because of all the reaction that we're talking about with respect to social media posts and stuff like that. What's happening is an example, the E-mini S&P, the treasury bonds, gold, the spread between the 8 EMA and the 21 EMA on a daily is converging. They're getting tighter. It's like the Straits of Hormuz themselves. And price action is kind of ticking up and down within that range between the 8 and the 21 EMA right now. So they're not breaking out. They're kind of consolidating. And it's going to break out. Something's going to happen for sure with respect to the stock index markets and the bond market. But right now, they're just kind of pinching in that little range right now over the last 5 sessions, which means it's anticipatory. It's waiting for a decision on on events, on what's going to happen. The other thing that Keynes said the other day, which kind of made me think a second and go back and look at some charts, is Keynes said that the stock index futures trend overnight. That's when you get the big moves up or you get the big moves down, and then when the bell rings, all heck breaks loose, and you get a lot of volatility and a lot of sideways action. And so right now we're seeing that, right? We're seeing the E-mini S&P down again when we were literally up over 6650. We have a 60 handle range plus already in the E-mini S&P and some really heavy volume. So we're seeing that to the downside today in the equity markets.
All right, Jimmy, I want to stay with you in just a moment. We got breaking news on ADP.
So ADP weekly employment change was 26,000. Prior was 10,000.
Quick reaction, Craig.
No,
Anything?
March labor market is holding on. It's holding on. It's not, and after the better report we got for March that came out end of last week, it's just, signs that the U.S. labor market's kind of just, it's holding on. It's doing okay. It's not rapidly decelerating into, the abyss that maybe was feared after the February report. Just kind of seems, stable to, modest hiring. Not too much of a market mover there, I don't think, today, though.
Okay. Jimmy, I want to go back to you. I mean, the bond market, everything is held by the price of oil right now, but the bond market is something I look at and go, look, you just got data again, job market's holding in, right? And so, again, that kind of goes against rate cuts. And again, it's weekly ADP, so whatever. But nonetheless, it's not like screaming, oh, yeah, we're in a real problem here. And then you've got inflation keeps coming back. We've got the last month of Fed chair Powell's dropping off, and then you're going to have a new Fed chair next month. I mean, in the bond market's just kind of caught here. But again, equities are looking at it going, what do I do with this bond market?
Yeah, if you go back to a monthly chart, it'll populate in a second. I had to take a look, go all the way back here, and once the data populates here, you'll see it. We've been in a long-term sideways trending market right now. And it's just, between that 119 handle and that 111 handle. I know it's 8 handles. It's arguably big, but it's only $8,000 per contract high to low. So that's kind of an interesting phenomenon here. Let me just go toggle the bonds really fast. Sorry about that. So you can see that trend. Here it is. I mean, look at this. I mean, this started all the way back in March in 2024. We found a base. We can't get lower. Every time we go lower than 112 and a half, we'll call it, buyers push us back into that channel. And every time from November forward, we get up to that 119 handle, sellers push us back. When I saw this chart, I was like, okay, this is definitely, these are anchored, right? These are two anchored positions right here. It kind of helps frame the idea of where I want to trade. Now, will this war get so bad that something happens here? I don't know. I think if this war escalates, I think we could actually get a bid here. I mean, right now on a weekly, we have this Morningstar. I won't go into the weeds on a Morningstar pattern, but it's a reversal pattern, and we have a little bit of a bullish reversal pattern going on right now. And we get a close above that 114, 15, 30 seconds. It could confirm that, and we can get a drive higher. We'll see. I mean, we have a lot of room to go either up or down.
Did he just throw the Morningstar pattern at us? Did that just happen? I have no idea what the Morningstar is. We're going to have to wait for the edge report to hear what this is. Everyone's like, oh, he said Morningstar pattern.
It's a great pattern. We see it in a couple of markets here, but it doesn't always work, but it gives you a good sense of potential.
Yeah. Well, with the Morningstar pattern, I'm looking right at it and taking. We'll talk about that more after Jimmy explains it in the Edge report. But, here's the thing that I look at, Craig. Bond market sideways can help equities. When rates are contained, which they obviously are, it can help equities. But again, they're held to the price of crude oil right now, right? Because you can't tell me that, I mean, we all know that the Fed is not going to raise rates, so we can kind of say that, but we all know that there's no way. There's literally almost no way that happens. But we're in a situation where things are starting to look more and more, I think, eventually like a rate hike should be in play, or nothing, at least at the minimum, it's a no rate cut scenario. And Shah, yesterday, who said that they thought 3 rate cuts this year were coming? I can't remember. It was 75 basis points. Maybe it was Citi.
It was Citibank.
Citi, right? Yeah. So here we are with the bond market that we know just can't go much lower. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Because we're so focused on oil, but rates matter.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the front end, we're not going to. I don't think we're going to see rates moving materially higher for this dynamic that you lay out. But the long end, you could see rates yields move higher as foreign holders of treasuries are forced to sell because they're raising dollars to pay for more expensive energy, right? As Japan's import bill for energy is rising, Korea's is rising, Europe is rising, the UK is rising. These are the biggest holders of treasuries. And so, in order to raise that capital and deal with their rising import issues and current account deficits growing, they need to sell overseas assets. And so that's where you get the long end selling off. And, that could lead to steepener trades where, the front end is anchored at a lower level, anticipating growth declines that come from higher inflation and eventual Fed cutting. But the long end is weak because of that. Plus, you have overseas central banks that are inflation-only mandate central banks who, really will have to consider hiking in order to, defend their currencies and the like. So that's a dynamic there. I think that's a very interesting chart that Jimmy put up there. I think the range-bound nature, you're right, is keeping equities under control. But it's almost like if we break out in either direction, it actually may not necessarily be good for equities. Clearly, if we break out, yields move higher, bonds move lower, that's going to be a headwind for risk. The other flip side is if bonds really rally materially because of war, because of escalation, why are they rallying? It may not necessarily be good for stocks too. We got to understand kind of the reasons why, but yeah, I think the bond market here is very interesting, and the selling that you're seeing coming from overseas players as oil continues to move higher, as LNG is moving higher, and as inflation globally ticks higher because of the war. Hard to get that ballast, into equities if rate volatility is moving higher. We saw the MOVE index had moved up materially into the end of 2 weeks ago, has since come down like the VIX has. But if that starts to move higher too, that's another sign that deleveraging is likely to happen.
Yep. Shai, crude oil sits at 115 and change. Obviously super volatile here. I talked about this yesterday when we said, really, if it takes out this recent high of 119.48, which is just continues to knock on the door of it. It just, from my perspective, when I look at the charts, it could be another 20, 30 higher. We could finally get that story that plays out. This is the worst situation we've seen in oil ever. Right. But yet the price action's not telling us that.
Absolutely. And so I think we'll have to see what happens tonight. Again, oil's going to be higher for longer, no matter what. But what it's really looking for is that Strait to be open and to at least get those flows again. We've talked about the fundamental issues where we have production offline in the Middle East. It takes a while to bring that back online. So again, it's going to be extended higher for longer. But if we can avoid escalation, particularly on Karg Island, and get that Strait open, then that will give oil at least a little bit of sigh of a relief. But, we're not in any way, shape, or form going to see, that $55 to $65 range again for a very long time that we were in most of all of last year. Yep.
And when I look at the oil chart, this thing could break $5, maybe $10 from here and still be bullish. Oil can go down to, I'm looking at like my 8-day moving average. It comes in at 104 and change. And again, I see no signs of a technical top in oil. It's all going to come down to headlines anyway. But nonetheless, you get any sort of news that pushes this thing higher. Equities. I think at that point, equities probably do kind of surrender. They say uncle, and they kind of have to go down with that. He would think, right, Craig? We got a minute left before the Edge report, and let's talk about scenarios today. Crude oil keeps knocking on that 119 and change high, if that gets taken out.
Yeah, I agree. And there's some more headlines here. It looks like Vance is on the tape saying Karg Island, this Karg doesn't reflect a change in strategy, reiterating tonight's 8 p.m. deadline. I think maybe there's some damage control possibly going on here from the administration already about what the overnight news was. I think he's in Hungary, right? Vance is. Yep. And so, but look, they're all, again, we're keying on this timestamp tonight in theory at 8 o'clock, but markets are going to start to hedge up into this, right? As the day goes on, I don't think more tweets or, a press conference or whatever, Trump speaking again. People want to be, okay, we're here. Let's go. Let's see what happens. Are we going forward or are we not? Seems like Iran has already given its response. And so it really seems like it's in the president's lap to decide at this point. And, hopefully cooler heads prevailed for the state of humanity. But for markets, markets need to see what actually is going to happen here in order to make the next move. Can we continue this phase 2 counter trend move where risk markets are sanguine, vol gets sold, cooler heads have prevailed, or do we flip back into kind of phase 1 risk off? Let's let where the chips fall where they may. Oil breaks out, makes new highs. Stocks break down below last week or 2 weeks ago lows, and we really need to find the new point where tacos get served, I guess.
Yeah, I mean the simplest thing to look at right now, everybody in this tape, look at it's a very difficult tape to manage. Headlines are going to be coming out. Shai will be in chat. We'll cover it as best we can. Just keep up a chart of the price of oil. I don't think that most people probably should be trading it. Obviously, if anything, you'd be trading micros for many of you. And when you look at the price of oil, it's going to really dictate what's going to happen in indexes. We're at that point in the road where, with oil back up near the highs, it becomes the equity indexes, the rest of the market becomes hypersensitive. When it was sitting around 110, I said it was comfortably sitting at 110. The market's become uncomfortable now. You could feel it in the S&P, you could feel it in the NASDAQ. The tape wants to get going now. So let's see what happens. I mean, oil pulls back. I think that would be a relief in equities, but if it keeps pushing higher, hard to want to buy the dip. Just make sure you keep an eye on it. But we're about to buy the dip of this morning's Edge Report because we're always a buyer of Jimmy. It's about that time, everybody. Let's get ready for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's continue the conversation on Treasury bonds. I have that weekly chart up here, and I used NinjaTrader software to identify a pattern. This is called the Morning Star pattern, and it happens on a downtrend. We have a 3-week downtrend, and we have a pretty substantial red candle. The next candle is a small body candle. Now, it doesn't matter if the body is below the previous candle or up into the candle, but it signals that there's some exhaustion. Sellers are getting tired, which means buyers can get stronger. And then the third candle, this is a 3-candle pattern. The third candle is a big green candle. I know it's not green, it's dark gray because of the pattern recognition software, but the third candle is a big green candle. And then those 3 candle patterns suggest a reversal, in this case, a bullish reversal. And so far, we have a little bit of a green candle right now. Bonds are trading at 113.23 at 30 seconds. What I'd really want to see is this target wick from last week, that highs of last week at 114.15 taken out. And then we have a close above that for me to say, all right, we could be back in a kind of a bullish mode. Daily chart, again, it's kind of, you could see the 8 EMA and the 21 EMA. This is what I'm talking about. This is getting narrow. This is pinching across many different asset classes, right? Consolidation is happening right now, and the candles are within those 2 levels, the 21 EMA and the 8 EMA, and we're still there. Furthermore, on the bond market, we do have a 6-day cap here where the high of the dip moves around 114 handle. Above that, sellers push us back down. Below 113, this is about 113.10. Buyers push us back up. Very, very tight. It's coiling, ready to go. We're going to see this on a lot of the other markets going forward here. So keep an eye on that 8 and that 21 EMA. Intraday, Treasury bonds, just, I don't know, it kind of was a little bit of a nice rally up here pre-market. We sold off pretty nicely as well. Right now, we're just kind of sitting in the middle, right around that pivot. That daily pivot and the VWAP are about the same price, 13.23, 30 seconds. Looking for that 0 DTE call resistance level at the very top of the chart here, 114. That is keen resistance. Break through that. We do have previous sessions highs here at 02, and then above that we got an R1 level as well at 1407. On the downside, should things go south, point of controls is okay so far. It's immature, it'll grow. 113.19, 30 seconds. JAX2 is at 113.16, 30 seconds, and then S1 at 13, and then previous sessions lows down at 8, so plenty of targets on the downside. I do want to pop into a market that we haven't really talked about yet today. Tracy nudged me this morning to take a peek, and I'm going to go ahead and change my charts here to the heating oil, ultra low sulfur diesel, and we'll get that data to populate in here right now, and I'll get control of my mouse. Let's go all the way back to a weekly chart, though, just to kind of see what's happening here. This is a huge rally. This is over a 52% rally here on the weekly charts. Ultra low sulfur diesel. Remember, it powers everything. It powers our whole supply chain. I'm talking 2 or 3 rate hikes going forward here. I know I'm an outlier on that idea, but let's go to a daily chart again. You have to use a fib extension to even get a target here, and I do have a target at $4.80. That's a 76.8% target on the daily for heating oil. And then intraday, wrong intraday, right intraday right now. Point of control is pretty dominant at the top of today's action. A little bit of sell-off here, looking for that VWAP touch at 4.482 for a potential long trade back up to that point of control. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Shai, preview of our guest.
We have Sal Mercogliano. He is Chair, Department of History, Criminal Justice, and Political Science at Campbell University. He is also a maritime historian and a mariner himself. And he also has a podcast, What's Going On with Shipping. So a perfect person to talk to about what's going on with shipping this morning.
I'm proud of you getting that name right, too. And she probably practiced that. How many times you practiced that name in the mirror this morning? Mercogliano. All right. Yeah, it's nice to have a Paisan. Let's talk about who else will be on the network this morning. We've got Tape Talk Tuesdays with TTrades. I already see him in the chat. Good morning, T. Looking forward to catching up with you. Trade the Open with Merritt Black and Christian trading boxes. We've got Midday Markets with the one and only Salma and Stowe. Trade the Close with Leo, Joey, and Nick for a tick. All right. Let's bring in Sal. Sal, good morning.
Buongiorno.
I mean, he has a perfect face for a Sal, doesn't he? He's beautiful. All right, let's talk about the markets today. The markets feel like we're at this point, Sal, where we're at 115 in oil, knocking on the door of the recent high of 119 and change. Equity indexes they fought the good fight the last couple of days, trying to bounce back. You see this morning they're a touch weaker. Everyone's feeling the sensitivity of oil across the board. What do you think about this environment right now?
I think it's the most challenging environment we've seen with oil transportation since, you gotta go back to 1968 when the Suez Canal closed. I mean, the fact that we're not seeing any real significant movement of oil out of the Persian Gulf. I mean, we've had people talk about, some ships moving through, but in truth, we're in single digits where normally you would see 30 tankers coming out on a normal basis. It's all locked up. We're getting some movement through the pipelines. Obviously, Yanbu for Saudi Arabia has been big. They've been able to ramp up from about 1 million barrels per day up to 5 million barrels per day. But that's precarious, too, because we're always worried about the Houthi. Other morning, we had a ship get stuck in the Suez Canal for a couple of hours, scared everyone, brought us back to the Ever Given of 5 years ago. We're just seeing very precarious nature here of being able to do operations. And obviously with the president's speech and now his deadline approaching 8 p.m. tonight, a lot of concerns about that because the Iranians still have a lot to play. They have demonstrated that they're not out of the game. They have been able to attack ships. And more importantly, their threats are enough to kind of lock up a good chunk of the fleet, both in terms of oil, but also clean products, aviation fuel, diesel, gas, LPG, and LNG, along with a variety of other products.
So, Sal, I think when we look at markets, there's so much we don't know about what's happening in the inner workings of a war like this, right? We could see tweets coming across. President Trump could say something now. In 10 minutes, he could be thinking something different. We already know that that's kind of his temperament anyway, but especially in these periods. So we can't really rely much on that, right? We can rely on what we see in the market's reactions. Where does anybody put their money right now? Does anybody want to put their money anywhere besides oil? Maybe the short end of the curve. Is there any place to be safe, or is everybody just going to pull back, wait for this to happen, going to continue to have thin tapes? Because gold's caught a little bit of a bounce this morning, but that's not even really super excited about everything that's going on.
No, I could say on the shipping stock side, I mean, one of the things everybody's watching for is the movement out of the U.S. Gulf Coast area. We're seeing short haul tankers being used to move clean product quite a bit. And that's really been a surge. We're seeing ridiculous charter rates for ships coming out of the U.S. Gulf Coast. I mean, we're talking about medium range MR tankers, LR tankers being used to move clean product around the world. You typically don't like to use smaller tankers for long hauls because the back end of it, when you're in ballast, you're not making money. However, the charter rates right now are so through the roof that even a long-term, halfway around the world voyage now is affordable and makes you profit on it. So, I mean, that movement there is really significant on crude oil and the crude oil stocks. I mean, everybody's waiting. I mean, there's not a lot of places you can send VLCCs, very large crude carriers, 1 to 2 million barrel ships. A lot of them are sitting right now waiting, hoping that the Persian Gulf opens up and they can flood in there and start some movement. Because once you start moving those ships, you're talking about month transits. It's 39 days to sail from Saudi Arabia, Ras Tanura to Rotterdam around Africa. So, I mean, this is not a quick movement that you have to do. So a lot of strategic placement is being done of where to move ships. If you start moving those ships out of the Gulf of Oman over to Nigeria, to Brazil, to the United States to go get oil, you've committed that ship for at least 3 months. And so everybody's kind of hanging and waiting here. But I should note that even if today, at 8 p.m., the president, Bibi Netanyahu, and the Ayatollah get together and have a high five and, everything's good and peace in the Middle East, we're still looking at half a year of disruptions in trying to reset everything back to where it was. We saw that with Ever Given 5 years ago when it took, 6 weeks to fix 6 days worth of backlog.
And let's talk about, well, first I want to know, are you surprised oil prices aren't higher given that the magnitude of this disruption?
I would say no for this reason. Number one, the Trump administration is doing everything they can to firewall WTI and keep prices down. I mean, everything they have done has been to prevent that surge. So you see things, for example, like the 60-day Jones Act waiver, which, fuel prices are still rising, but they would be substantially, I think, higher if they didn't do that. You get the SPR release. You get the desanctioning of Russian and Iranian fuel. Probably the strangest story in this whole thing is that the one oil that's flowing out of the Persian Gulf is on Iranian tankers. That is the one thing. Karg Island is loading. Karg Island is moving tankers. I mean, the Iranians have a fleet of tankers outside the Persian Gulf right now waiting to go. And so what you're seeing here is a lot of damage control within the United States to keep WTI down. The problem is Brent. Brent's going to pull everything. And that's what we're seeing right now because the global demand is hitting. One of the things that needs to be understood is we've created this bubble in the supply line, and that bubble is starting to hit. It's already hit East Asia, but it's starting to hit Australia, and it's going to hit Europe, and it's going to hit America, where normally those shipments would come in. The other offset that the U.S. is using a lot right now is replacing some of that oil. We were importing about 8% of our crude from the Persian Gulf. We're replacing that with some Venezuelan oil, but Venezuela doesn't produce the levels that we need to replace what we were getting from the Persian Gulf. So what you're seeing right now is a lot of pieces moving to try to keep fuel prices and oil prices controlled, but we're seeing the surge no matter what, because the pull right now is to pull out of the United States over to Europe, over to Asia. That's exactly what we're seeing. This is why you're seeing, a Jones Act waiver where you're literally pulling diesel fuel out of New York and selling it to Hawaii. That's completely uneconomical, but that's what you have to do to replace what would have been diesel fuel coming out of South Korea.
And then we talk about oil. The oil story is absolutely huge, but, it's not only oil tankers that pass through the straits. There's a lot of container ships as well and grain ships. So what is that looking like? And do we see this filter down into, we haven't really seen much movement in the grain markets. Does this filter down into that supply? Do we start seeing higher food prices because of this?
Well, go back to one of the previous things you were mentioning about, which is the cost of very low sulfur fuel oil right now. Bunker prices have doubled, if not verging on tripling in some areas where you're going. So fuel costs have gone astronomical for ships. So everything, doesn't matter what it is going to cost more. We're already seeing shipping companies putting surcharges on everything. However, you have in the United States, the Federal Maritime Commission acting very proactively to try to check some of the shipping firms from getting out of hand with their surcharges. One of the things we saw in 2020, 2021 during the supply chain crisis was a lot of shipping companies adding surcharges and costs for shipping that really weren't justified. Now, one of the things that the Federal Maritime Commission is doing under new rules promulgated in 2022, the Ocean Shipping Reform Act, is to ensure that whatever fees and surcharges they do, they follow a pattern. They have to actually have 30 days to do this. So that's going to help kind of check some of the larger shipping costs. One of the things we've seen is container rates have kind of flattened out now. They're still high, about double what they were prior to what we saw before the war. About, we went from about $1,800 to almost a little bit around $3,000 to move boxes. But your point on other commodities is absolutely essential. I mean, things like helium, absolutely essential for manufacturing of chips. LNG, which is really critical because, again, Qatar is offline. And, one of the things that happened yesterday was they tried to run two liquefied natural gas carriers out of the strait, but the Iranians turned them around. These are two LNGs out of Qatar. That reduction of liquefied natural gas is absolutely essential. U.S. is at max capacity right now. Australia is down because Australia has suffered a cyclone that took some of its LNG offline. Russia is looking to ramp up their LNG, but their problem with delivering LNG to Asia is they were largely delivering it to Europe. But Europe is about to close them off, start 2027. If they shift their LNG to Asia, they don't have enough platforms to go the Arctic route, which means they're only going to be able to deliver about half the normal liquefied natural gas they were last year, which means they got to raise the rate. And so this is having a whole knockdown effect. Add fertilizer to this, urea, MAP, and DAP. There's going to be a big impact on planting seasons in Africa, in Asia, in Australia. So, I mean, we're just starting to see the knockdown effects here. And again, these are going to linger for a long time. This is going to be hard to reset and fix because I think the Trump administration had a plan to deal with the military. They didn't have a plan to really initiate the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz.
So let's play this out, Sal. Equity markets, they've not been super sensitive to the price of crude. They've been somewhat sensitive, and we talk about that every morning here. But the longer that we sit here, and the longer we see the things that you talk about continue to come to the surface, how does this play out? I mean, we all know at some point President Trump, he's going to do what he has to do, at least to what he believes is right for only so long. Eventually, there is an end to this, right? And we don't know when that is or how that is, and I don't think that anyone could guess that. But for the markets, we know that this is going to last a lot longer than we think, the actual repercussions of it. Now, how does it play out? I mean, are equities, are they toast here? I mean, is oil just stay bid? What happens with the bond market? And what's the trade coming out of this?
Well, I think one of the things we're seeing here, and this has been a long term, I mean, watching this for the past 4 years, roughly, you've seen this happen. You saw the conflict in the Black Sea disrupt grain shipments. I mean, that was a big thing. When Russia and Ukraine go to war, I argued a lot that one of the big elements here that Russia went to war over Ukraine with was to secure its access to the sea, and particularly coming out of the Don River, and so that they could export food, fuel, and fertilizer. And you've seen this. You've seen Ukraine with the grain deal initially hammered out by the UN and Turkey, and now basically you have an undeclared naval war on the Black Sea where they're actually targeting ships. You have the Houthi in end of 2023 into 24 and 25 started attacking shippings. And one of the lessons that came out of that was really the inability of the U.S. Navy to ensure 100% protection. So what did you have? 10% of global shipping took this long leg around Africa, which wasn't terrible because it actually benefited the shipping companies because they were dealing with low profits, excess capacity, and they were able to kind of turn it around. So all of a sudden, shipping companies were netting a good profit then. The problem with the Persian Gulf is it's a cul-de-sac. You have to access it. Yeah, Saudi Arabia can move some oil across their pipeline. Kuwait can't. Bahrain can't. Qatar can't. Southern Iraq can't. And this is a big problem, and it's going to create this new rearrangement. We were used to the idea that the ocean served as this blue water, freeway where everything moved freely. That's not happening now. What we're seeing is the creation of regionalism, and more importantly, the shifting supply lines. So in the past, where you could haul something 5,000 to 6,000 miles without having to worry about anything, Now you may have to source locally. This is going to change the cost, the patterns for everything. Australia, for example, I think the test case right now to watch is what's happening in Australia, where Australia is on the bottom end of a supply chain, and they're sitting there with less than 30 days worth of fuel left in the island, on the continent, I should say, island continent, and they're trying to hash out deals quickly here with Japan and South Korea, and it's having an impact on their bond market, on their currency. And we're seeing it happen there. And now they're going to have to readjust their not just shipping policy, but national fuel policy, refineries, you name it. I think this is going to create an issue where we're seeing an entire kind of readjusting. Now, we're talking about a total shift here of about 20% of global trade when you look at all the disruptions happening right now. We really have never seen that to this level unless you go back to the world wars. So we're in unexplored territory here when it comes to markets and shipping.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we all know at some point the war comes to an end, but the markets are going to continue to be figuring this out, sorting through this. It's reminiscent of a lot of times in the past where we've had really just changes in the way that society operates, right? I mean, you can go back to COVID, you go back to 9/11, and all these different periods of like where major crises, at global financial crisis, where something changes, and this is something that it's so far away from us here in the States, it's out of our reach. We don't know the repercussions of it, and the market is showing us that it just does. We don't know what comes out of this, how this actually changes everything. But Sal, great to get insight from you, taking us to a level that we really haven't heard much here on the show. We really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
It really is like hearing this from Sal just makes me think differently about it, right? Because it's almost, again, it's not happening here in the States, and so we feel removed from it, right? But really, when you look at things, obviously this is a very serious situation and what's happening over there. And when you look at that area like he discussed, I mean, really what happens in markets and the way that the energy markets operate could be changing. They can never go back to the way that they were.
Yeah, absolutely true. And I think, the U.S. is obviously, we are fairly insulated, obviously not from higher oil prices. But I think overall, this is good news for U.S. LNG because we are building out capacity in the Gulf. We have more export facilities being built out to 2029. And so this could be very good news for U.S. LNG. And I also think, pipeline companies, shipping companies, anything having to do with LNG, I think it's going to be first and foremost at the front of everything right now because you got Europe going to have to buy from the U.S. now. The Qatar is down. They're cutting off Russia. And so I think we get a lot of business out of it.
There's a lot more to this story than just what we see, right? So there's how things go from here. It's going to be, we'll continue to obviously have this conversation. But again, hearing you and Sal talk about this again, way above my pay grade per se. But it's again, we only can focus on where we are today. But markets are still digesting all of this and will be for a period of time. All right.
Sure.
All right, Shai. We'll see you in chat. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks.
All right. Let's bring in T. Good morning, T.
How's it going?
Good, man. Great to have you here as usual on Tuesdays. We go from a really in-depth macro discussion to now we're going to go into, I think you're one of the best in the biz about laying out the technicals. As usual, everybody, this segment is brought to you by CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. And Tuesdays with T and I, we talk about pretty much every market, you and I. T, we all know that oil is the story. It sits above 115 right now. I know we'll get to that, but where do you want to begin today?
We'll just start with oil.
He starts with oil.
So we spoke about it last week. We spoke about it here on Tuesday, looking for it to reach into this gap and then see if we get a reaction to trade higher. And, we got that reaction Thursday. And so now I'm not looking for this to reverse until we at least reach back into this previous month's high, this March high. And so I'm just looking for oil to have a continuation this week higher. And like I said, there's no reason for me to think bearish energy at all. Currently with everything that's going on, also what the chart is saying. So for me, I'm just going to continue to remain bullish on oil.
Talk to us about if we take out this high, T, because the entire globe is really looking at this high in oil. I mean, there's so many eyes on it. Every market participant from every asset class is keeping an eye on the price of oil. If we take out that recent high, and I know you like to really kind of, pull things back and take a look at, the bigger picture. I mean, is there is there anything above there besides the old all-time high? I mean, when we go and we look at it from here, it gets. We're looking at the Russia-Ukraine war high. I don't even know what price that was. It was like 140 something maybe. I don't remember exactly what that price is, but we get above there, man. I mean, what's it look like?
I mean, if you go out to the yearly chart, you have those 140s to 160s highs. That do look fairly nice. I mean, we'll see how they go. The previous guest was talking about how they're trying to hold the prices of oil down. So who knows there? I'm not one to try to predict that. We talked about being bullish oil, if we go back to our daily chart, monthly chart, you and I were talking about being bullish oil since November, so
yep.
We were focused on it then. But for me, it's more of how we react at this high. So I'm just going to be focused on, do we just break out of this high and get a sustained run? I kind of have three options. We break out of this run and we just get a sustained run. We break out and we kind of retest this area. We can't really get a very aggressive move lower, and we just get a little retracement to continue higher. Or we're going to break through this high and get a very aggressive move back lower, in which case I'm just going to be watching this area right here. Quite similar to how we approached this previous week. If we reach into this high, we retrace into here. I'm just going to see, do we form a swing in this level? So see a swing right here form to trade it back higher, or do we fall through this level, in which case we can go back and see some lows, right? Being bullish oil, specifically on the month and on the higher time frames, I'm leaning more towards breaking out through these highs or a retracement to go back higher. And so that's what I will be focusing on. But I am looking for, today, tomorrow to reach into that high. So that is the opportunity currently.
Yep. And thanks for laying out kind of like what the plan is to look at and to be reactionary, if the market gets there, what you're looking at. I think it's important, right? Because I think initially when the market gets to these prices, the initial instinct for people is maybe participate in some way, shape, or form. And you're looking beyond that. I'll participate if this happens, and this is how I would participate. And I think it's important because a lot of people, when we get to like these major price points in these major markets, a lot of retail traders will just step in and they'll just start clicking buttons. And the important thing is your preparation leads to your patience. And if you know what you're going to look for, if it does get there, because there is going to be volatility, there is going to be opportunity, just make sure you know what you're going to be looking for. And if you get it, then you trade it. Don't just trade it because it gets there. So I appreciate that.
Yeah. And I'm always just looking for a swing low or a swing high. So if I'm bullish, I want to see a swing low form. If I'm bearish, I want to see a swing high form. And I'm just trying to let that low form and then trade away from it, which we can go back into the indices because we spoke about that last week here, right? We kind of get that when we were talking on Tuesday where we sweep out this low, we have a low. And you and I were talking about the risk to reward and participating in long setups away from this low. And, we do get a nice move Tuesday and Wednesday, and we kind of consolidate into Good Friday last week. But going into indices, this is where I'm kind of interested in how today closes, especially with Trump speaking. We're going to want to wait for that. But we have this previous high that we have been taking out. If you notice, we took that out on almost all the assets, not YM yet. So we can see if we can trade into that. But how are we reacting at this high? And currently we're getting a little bit of a reversal. So if we go down to the hourly, we have a little reversal that is forming. It's not super clean. And so with that, I'm going to want some more confirmation. So letting the news play out, how he tweets, how he speaks, and then, how we close this daily candle. So if we get a very aggressive move back lower below this level, well, then I'll probably be looking for price to go back in towards this previous low here. I'm not really looking for this previous week's low. I would prefer for indices to stay up currently because I don't like to fight the trend, right? I don't trade reversals really. I mainly focus on continuations. We have formed a reversal down here. I just like to see a continuation higher here and I also just prefer to be bullish overall on the indices. And so I would like to see that. I'm more so looking, do we close below this level? Do we reach to this low? How do we react? When I have areas that I'm not as certain on what I want to see out of price, I'm just going to be more patient. So currently we're kind of in this range. I'd rather just wait and see what happens. Do we sweep out one side of the range, trade to the other? That's just a classic range trade. And so that's more so what I'm focusing on for indices right now, is viewing it as a range. So if we clean it up, viewing this as a range, how do we react in this area? I generally want to stay away from the inside of this just because I don't really know what's going on, and I see some consolidation coming for indices.
Yeah, I mean, seeing a NASDAQ on an inside day after this rally with all this news coming out later today, it's hard to have, again, this is a day trader's market. You've got a decent range yesterday. Market stays inside the range. If you're super short term, maybe there's some stuff to flip. But I don't think you overstay your welcome in any direction here right now. I mean, that's at least what it looks like to me. Now, you showed us NASDAQ. Take a look at S&P, because there's just been some minor divergences. I know, like you said, YM didn't take out the high, but the S&P did take out previous day's high, right? So a little different look there.
Yeah, so it did take that out, and thanks for pointing that out. The one thing I want to notice is, how do we react at that? And we'll talk about how I'll approach this. So we do have a nice reaction off that high. And so this is what I talk about when we're looking at highs, and this is what I want to see with oil, same thing. We reach into this high, how do we react? We have a very aggressive move lower. Now, the thing I notice about this move is it already took out this low. So I want to see if we are going to get any sort of continuation lower. I need to see price around the open, trade up into here, form a high, and then trade lower, right? A lot of times when we get in a very aggressive move across the range and we make a new low, that's when we can go across the range again if we're just going to consolidate and we make this kind of consolidation, broadening formation type of look. So this isn't super interesting to me, even though we did take that out, and you can see I'm not sure what's actually pumping price right now, but we want to just see what happens there. It's honestly rather uninteresting to me, still with the previous day high sweep.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you what, I'm not someone who ever even really looked at a broadening formation until I started really watching, I see Sarah Strat Sniper on this network talk about them all the time, and then all of a sudden they kind of pop out at me, and I look at this, and that's what it feels like, and those are tough, man. I mean, you've got divergence in the indexes right now. You got market sensitivity to the price of oil and what it's doing. Indexes they're just not super clean right now. I mean, at least that's what I see.
It's just not a point where I'd want to pick a trade out, because I'm not very confident in that currently. So, because right here, I could see this forming a high to go lower. I could see it just going to the highs. Yeah. I could not really tell you which.
Yeah, and you could see here again, and crude dropped a little bit, and equities bounced off of it, and you're going to continue to have this situation all day. Well, I don't know if we put anything in chat. Shy's right here. I don't know if anything happened, but I mean, again, every little price movement doesn't mean it's news. But anyway, what do you want to? What are we going to take a look at next?
Yeah, we can go into some gold and silver. Kind of the same thing here, where we're just consolidating. Let's actually start with silver, because that's what I used to frame this little bounce here. We spoke about it last week, where we wanted to see a little bit of an upside move. Specifically in gold, we wanted to see up into this level, right? And so we got that move right away on Wednesday into that level, and now we've kind of sat in this consolidation. And so it's really the same thing. We have a range, so there's nothing for me to frame inside this range. I would want to just set some alerts on this low, on this high, and then see how price reacts around those levels. For me, I don't really care which direction we go here. I'd prefer to the upside, just because I'd want to see if we get a continuation of the move we were talking about last week. Gold is currently stronger, so most likely looking at that one to frame things. We could see how silver reacts at this low as well. To me, gold and silver are not that interesting right now. They're interesting at this low because of the risk to reward of taking out previous month's low. We're not really getting that super aggressive reaction we want to see lower, right? So if you look at when we take out over here and we have a very aggressive move lower, we take out this low here. Do we get a very aggressive move higher? No, it's pretty lethargic, right? So that's not telling me that price really has any clear direction. And so that's why, last week we go into everything. We kind of have an idea of where we want to see it go. This week, we don't really have much to talk about, really.
Yeah, man, not the cleanest tape. We got just over a minute left. I want to hit two more markets with you. Bitcoin, and I want to take a look at the ZN. I'm curious what you've seen in the Treasury market.
Yeah, so we'll go to Bitcoin. Ever since we spoke about it here in January, when we got this move lower, and then we've been consolidating. And this is the same thing. We're just in this big range right here. And so marking that out, we exit the range. This is the area you can search for trades, is at the edge of the range, at least how I range trade. And so right here, if I did want to focus on something though, I would just be looking for a little bit of a short setup here, because we run out this high, and when you're range trading, I always just favor to look back into the range, right? So if we run out this high, we have this pretty nice reversal closure here. I just want to see, can we trade lower here into, these lows or into this previous month's low? Because previous month's low is sitting relatively close there, right? Well, previous month's high is pretty high up. So to me, we're a bit closer to previous month's low. So that is where I'd be looking for price to trade. And then you said ZB or ZN?
Do ZN, yeah.
Kind of the same thing here, where we ran out some previous lows. We have a nice little reversal here, but we just want to see, do we actually form a continuation here? So what do I mean by that is, we have a low form. Do we form a higher low that we can look to trade away from? And that's what I mean with a continuation. If you take a look, we had a nice swing point start to form. It's just on this next day, we never went and closed over it. So right now we're in this consolidation. Same thing. I just want to see high and the low. And so here I would prefer, if we're going to trade to the upside, to sweep the low and then go. A lot of times, I haven't really watched how this trades. So does it leave failure swings like we know Bitcoin does and just trades higher? Who knows? But I would like to see, it's really just a question of, does this gap hold to trade into a new high? And then we just focus on how price trades at that high. So, if you want to be safe, you just focus on these low and this high and see how we trade around those levels.
Yeah, and again, I'm keeping my eye on rates and oil right now to kind of see what they do and see if they could lead the market in any sort of direction. It's not a super clean tape this week, T. It's just nothing out there is like really coming at you going, yeah, this looks really, really juicy. I mean, it's like I think it's really much more of a short-term day traders market, mean reversion, two-way tape. Not a ton of clean trends, but
yeah, I focus on trading those trending markets and expansions. So mean reversion trades, consolidation doesn't really, appeal to me. But maybe for option sellers and other people like that, maybe they're enjoying it.
Yeah, exactly. And if it's your environment, run with it. All right, T. As usual, appreciate having you here. Everybody, go follow my boy T on X. Check out what he's doing on his YouTube channel. We do this each and every Tuesday here with T. Show my boy some love. Hit like and subscribe. And like I said, go check out his stuff. I appreciate you, T. I'll see you soon.
Yeah, have a good one.
All right, everybody. Well, quick recap of the morning, and then we get into Black Boxes Tuesday with Merritt and Christian. Again, equity indexes getting a little bit hit this morning. Crude sits at 115. Shy, who's sitting right there, she said that there was no news. You just had Williams talking, so markets had a little bit of a reaction. Bottom line is you have a sensitive tape. You don't have a really clean trends on the bigger picture. Nobody wants to hold stuff overnight. Short-term day traders market, I talked about this yesterday. It's a time where stay true to your setups, be patient, work your stops. There's volatility across all asset classes. There's not a ton of clean trends like we saw last year. It's a very different tape this year, and especially right now with all the news. So again, it's just really about being small and smart, as you heard from the macro perspective this morning with the panel. You heard from the technical perspective this morning with T. And so, again, stay in the game. That's the most important thing. Learn something from this market environment. They're never really the same, but a lot of things that you'll learn from this one will help you mold you into the trader in the future when similar situations come up. So again, just be patient, stay true to your preparation. And speaking of true to your preparation, two of the best in the biz are up next. Let's get ready to trade the open with Merritt Black and Christian trading boxes. Gentlemen.
Good morning,
Hey,
fellas. Oh, easy there.
Dude, man, Merritt, that thing is getting, he's turning into like a full-fledged, like, what are you out? Are you cutting wood earlier? What were you doing?
We had that ice storm. I had a lot of trees down. I do have a pretty big wood stack out back at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just waiting for Chris to say something. I'm just kind of
I was,
waiting
but
for it.
I wanted to give him some grace today.
All right.
I appreciate that.
We'll wait for it. Well, any positions coming in, either of you?
Not for me.
I'm still long from whenever it was. When was it, Christian?
Monday night.
Yeah.
We were both long from those lows when we marked the low, but I sold out of mine, and he told me, "Whoa, you're a loser. You should stay in it. We're going all-time high." So
I added.
I got to catch up now.
Is this really happening?
I'm long off the recent lows, and I've added a couple times. I did scale out 20% on a pop late last week, and I'm still managing that. Right now, the S&P for me is sandwiched. We have traded up to the inflection point for the year, right? Call it 66, 70s. That's kind of the downtrend with the yearly VWAP and whatnot, like I've talked about. And that's the spot. And I think why we're seeing this week tight in this range is because we have this breakout from last week's value and return into last month's value supporting us. And then we have the resistance from the big yearly, quarterly picture above. So it's sandwiched right here. Obviously, market waiting on the next phase in terms of U.S. Iran conflict or whatever, and that's how I'm positioned.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's start with you then, Merritt. You kind of already laid the groundwork for it, but I just cannot believe that Merritt held a trade longer than Chris. I mean, he's grinding it out. Chris, he's doing everything he can to hold it. I think he's doing it just to make a point. He's that competitive that he's making sure he holds his trade longer. This is what I think's happening.
He just wants to rub it in my face in Miami.
He totally does. He totally does, man. That's how he's built like that. I love it.
I'm gonna learn how to say "you're not still long" in Spanish, and I'm just gonna repeat that phrase all weekend.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Muy largo.
If we can get a pullback to 6,500, I'm buying that with him.
But yeah, I agree. I think, what's really interesting to me is that if I just pull over this so we can get some quick flipping through some different markets here. Here's the overhead resistance there and this red dashed line, that's yearly and quarterly. And then here's the support on the monthly. Here's the support on the weekly. Now let's try to hold some of that in your mind, especially for some of you who understand kind of NADRO and long-term VWAPs. Now the quick flip to the 10-year. Look at this. It traversed last year's value. That's low for the year. Yeah. The resistance we found the past handful of days is that downtrend against that blue area, the imbalance pullback for the year. That's obviously the same as quarterly prior value at this point. And look, we're just starting to hold inside last month's value, and a little different picture on the weekly. The S&P is in a breakout pullback mode above last week's value, but the 10-year is in a return pullback mode entering into last week's value. Almost identical across 4 time frames and 4 periods of value and prior value in terms of what the S&P and what the 10-year is doing. So it's, it reminds me of 2008 when kind of, I think, at least myself, I was in college at the time. You kind of learned that, we're going through and we're in these upper level finance classes and we're learning about modern portfolio theory and all these things. And you know what we really learned in 2008 is that diversification leaves you the moment you need it most. It's like where, you guys have been talking about it. Where's that safe haven? Where is that? And you've got, okay, isn't gold supposed to spike on conflict? No, it's been getting killed because it was a bubble, essentially for a while. So hard to find a place to park money right now. I feel good about being positioned where I'm positioned from in the S&P. Again, trade location, trade location, trade location. So to be long from here and give it a chance to start to surmount some of these resistance that we've got to deal with, I just feel really good about it. But tough conditions all around.
Yeah. It's so funny you say '08. I mean, I was trading my ass off in '06, '07, '08 during that lead up to that whole time. And I remember I had built up a big portfolio and I just started buying a ton of gold. And instead of my portfolio being balanced, I lost a lot more. It did not work out. And then I puked it all and whatever. I don't even relive part of that. But anyway, Christian, over to you. What are we looking at here? You said you look to buy a dip if the S&P got back down to 6,500. So I'm curious what that means from you in this moment.
Yeah. So, a little bit of the same that Merritt said as far as the consolidation that we're seeing. If I share this daily chart here of ES, we have ended the 9MA downtrend that we were in. So from a trend perspective, when a trend ends, we have a low, lower high, lower low. We revert back into the main sort of the mean of the trend, which is the 20 EMA. And we did that, and now we're consolidating in a tight consolidation. So that's needed for the next directional move, meaning the next 9MA trend. So part of this consolidation is also, he calls it the yearly VWAP. We all see different things that provide context, but we're consolidating here in this range. And if we go to the 4-hour, we can see this ES chart is in a perfect base here, short term, from 6,500 all the way up to 6680, 6690s. The top of last week's that 2-day resistance. And we're ping-ponging back in here. We reclaimed the low of it around 6,500 on that big reversal on Tuesday. We then pulled back, tested it, and then reversed higher. So if we are true to continue to find resistance here into the 6680, 6690s, and we simply fill out this consolidation, right, which we're doing, then that means we could pull back into that 6,500 area, which is the main support of this range. And if we are going to maybe put in a short-term low, then a buy here would make sense as a potential swing to then move up into that resistance and then higher if we are to break out. A similar structure happened last April. So that's what I'm looking on for my next swing. I mean, I caught this. I was long 23,000 in NQ, like right around here. I mean, this is ES, and then I sold it most right here. So it'll depend though. Right now we're in a little megaphone in ES. If we can continue to hold this recent breakout, it's an internal breakout inside this range, then nothing says we can't push up higher and test that 6680, 6690s. If we pull back, we do have prior day low, 6590s as support. And if that fails, then we confirm that this middle bull bear zone of this range will fail and we get that main support test, which at that point we will need acceptance, meaning we'll need multi-hour consolidation to confirm that buyers are not showing up there, and then we decline. So until that happens, if we do pull back to that area, I am looking to buy it. As far as day trades for ES and NQ, let me bring that chart up. We have tested the short-term bull bear zone for ES at 6618. We saw a recent fell breakdown in the last sort of hour. Same for NQ here at 190-200. As long as we can continue to hold, then price is telling us, hey, we're in a sideways to higher market, continue looking for higher. That would be a pushback to 6640s, prior week high in ES, higher into that main resistance if we do reclaim that. And then if we fail, we go back down to that 6580, 6590s, and we know where to if we go lower. For NQ, lose this 180, 200 area, we go see 24,000 prior day low. And if we move lower, similar to that 6,500 in ES, that is the 700 to 800 area where we are. You can see a little bit of that range already. We would look for another higher low there as we fill out this wedge. But I think we're just consolidating at the moment. And I believe Trump speaks tonight. So maybe that's another reason why we're consolidating. And maybe we do remain range bound until that discussion tonight.
Yeah. I mean, if anything, I think it's going to be busy, I would think. I just don't love the indexes. It's one of those times where I was watching it last night. I was watching the game. Did you guys watch the game, by the way? Did you see that game? You guys watch the NCAA? Am I the only one?
No. Go sports,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah.
I don't watch any.
Who won?
And I was watching the tape, and I'm like, man, you know what? I think about it. I don't have any positions on overnight last night, and I'm thinking to myself, who wants to hold anything overnight? And I think it's just made these sessions
This
all
guy.
independent
Merritt
of what
does.
they are.
This guy.
I know.
Who's got two thumbs and wants the overnight
You got
risk?
a good lead.
This guy.
You got a good lead on it. Well, look at you. He's full-time swing trader now. So it's just, again, when you think about it, at any moment in time, these sessions turn on a dime because of the news, which I think
bomb. Yeah.
It is what it is. But I think intraday, when I look at it from what this environment is, when we look back at it, it's the day traders market right now. I mean, the bigger guys don't want to sit on positions overnight. You're getting opportunities each and every day. I mean, there's volatility. You can't complain about that. It's just, you're not seeing super clear trends, and if that's your style, then that's what it is. But to say that there's not opportunities across the board, because we didn't even talk about what's happening in all the other markets, really. You got oil's busy, you got gold is busy. I mean, every time I look, there's a lot going on. Again, so I think the moral of the story is stay true to what your preparation is, be small and smart, be able to navigate these markets, and if it's working well for you, great. Stay on it. I mean, look at this NASDAQ just did that move. Was that any news again, Shai? I can't tell if that's no. Just checking. I got
Nothing
Shai right here.
atypical on ES.
Yeah. I just was looking at the NASDAQ through Chris's chart. But either way, guys, no one better to navigate a day like today than you two. Have a great day. Everybody in chat, thank you so much for a great morning. Show some love for my boys. Hit like and subscribe. We're 202K already. Crazy, guys. It's hard to believe. I mean, we're up almost 100,000 subscribers since we started NinjaTrader Live. So, pretty
cool.
incredible. So,
Yeah.
Shout out to chat. Shout out to you guys. Have a great day, everybody. Work your
You
stops.
too, brother.
See
See you soon.
Yeah, have a good week. All right, morning chat. How's everybody doing?
Morning.
Cooper, big winner. We'll be seeing you in Miami, huh? Hey, cats. Good morning. George. Justin. What about ES? Where am I looking to get long? Well, we just had my setup, a 90-minute reversal in ES right under 66.18 that triggered a fell breakdown. Right here, lower low, lower high, fell to move lower, boom, reversal. So that was a little bit too early for me. That was at 5:15 my time, just as I was getting on the computer. So we had a fell breakdown there, and that's typically what I would look to get long on. So up here, I think I'm just going to wait for the market open to decide if we are going to hold this 66.18 zone, which we are creating a little range here. But, if we continue to hold here, then structure says sideways to higher, unless we break support and then we come down and test the next area of support in this range we're in. You're looking at other markets there, or maybe just poke around ES?
Yeah, I'm looking at ES here. If we look at this chart over here, the weekly VWAP, and we take a look at, like I often like to do with you guys, you can see my drawings from last week over here. Let's get some drawings in from this week. So, where are the key distributions? I see 4 of them. You might could just, and kind of just glancing back over, you might could just make this one. we'll go ahead and do it just to simplify. Here's one area. The next area is from here to here. And the last area, which we are consolidating in all week long so far, is this area. The upper and most prominent, the most volume traded from last week, from here to here. So really nothing changes, as we like to say, as long as we're trading inside this region right here. My edge often comes from edges of distributions and areas like this. So to me, this is an area of interest. If we wick and hold, that's a bullish opportunity. If we push far enough and accept into the middle distribution, and then that becomes resistance I can trade from to traverse down to the next area. If we break out of this one, that becomes support here that I can buy pullbacks against, looking for more highs. So that's the short version of kind of last week's volume and some scenarios that I might be interested in. Some of the most selling on the tape we've seen is entering here now. Looks like it's being absorbed a bit. Yeah, definitely some absorption. Good morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to our fellowship students. We just kicked off the class yesterday. Working hard. Day 2 here today.
Might be a quiet open. Say that now.
We took out yesterday's poor low in that overnight low flush. It kind of rebounded since. A lot of times the RTH likes to take out features like that as well. So that's a spot to watch. Crude oil hanging out around these highs. Little gap up and out of a 2-day balance. Hanging around. What you doing? Me? Nothing. Just hanging around.
Classic. All right, let's see what we get today. A little jumpy this morning, huh? At least that low is holding. If that fell breakdown low probably an hour ago holds, then sideways to higher. But there's no entry here for me.
if that overnight low wick had occurred down into that LVN from last week that I was just drawing those boxes around, then I would probably be short-term long right now. In fact, I did try it once on this. Something happened right here for those of you who were watching around 7:55, 7:56 Central. The speed of the tape was big right there. And so I bought that. And then as it just fizzled out and retraced, I just came out of it. I think I lost 3 points. Thought it could have been something right there. The tape was certainly perking up, to say the least.
Sort that oil out. Banana sandwich. What does that even
I'm
mean?
going to need
Flash?
a translator for that guy. I don't know if that's some kind of
what does that even
secret code or what that is, but
what?
like if he would have said, "You guys buying some Texas tea?" Like, I know what that is, but this other stuff, I'm afraid to say it on air. I don't
What?
What?
Too early for that right now.
It's too early for that.
At least over here.
Got my Buffalo Trace mug today. But there's just coffee in it, don't worry. Do you like, oh wait, you don't drink.
No. I wish. I miss it. It's good.
I guess I'm getting old. I'm kind of turning into a wine guy.
No more whiskey?
Very rarely. Really very, very rare. I still love it. It just I'll always love bourbon, I'm sure, but hard to beat a good red. Oh, I'll tell you what I've been drinking. We're shifting from alcohol to non-alcoholic. Have any of you heard of, or do you drink? It's a ginger ale. It's called Verner's. I love me some Verner's right now. Got a case of that in the fridge for sure. Every week, have you ever noticed this, Chris? Every week, the chat lets me know of who I remind him of. Have you noticed this? Doesn't matter
Yes.
where I go, people are always like, "You remind me of this," or "You remind me of that," and it's always starkly different.
Yeah, you remind me of Michael Jordan. Mm.
One guy says Verner's tastes like old sink water. Oh,
Ted Lasso. Yeah, I don't drink alcohol either, PBH. It's been 6 years. And I don't miss it. All right, let's see how the open goes. So far, we held support. So if we get a pop here, I would not be surprised. We're still consolidating here. Neutral market over the last few days. at a big resistance area. So I would have loved to be up at the computer during that whole breakdown earlier. It was the perfect place. That trade would be a 2R on that push. So either from here, we bounce into prior week high in ES, 6640s, 50. And Q, if we hold here, then I don't see why we can't bounce prior week high as well, 340s, 350s. And either reject from there or form acceptance to attempt higher. Or we do lose support and we move lower. So I'll wait to see which one it is. And good luck, guys and gals.
Would this be the correct way to say it? ¿Por qué sigues sin estar en largo? Is that the right way to say it?
You're missing a word or two.
Well, let's try the open. There's the pop. They absorbed all those sellers. I just thought they could flush it before they popped it. ¿Por qué sigues sin estar en largo? Again, based on my technicals, everybody's got their own, but mine, we are sandwiched. We do have bearish overhead and bullish support. And the fact that we are balancing here makes perfect sense. And the fact that we're kind of waiting to see this next phase of the Middle East conflict thing, this could be like a pre-FOMC session, man, you know?
Yeah.
Really could be.
I think so too. Let's see what happens here. So far, just sideways above support.
There's the flush.
Let's see if support breaks here on this rejection lower. But I do think pullback is coming. I would love 6,500 to join Merritt. I don't know if we'll get down that low. Maybe like 65.20s, 30s, November lows. I would love that. And then I'll just trade the IP strat later on.
Baby. We can do a better flush than this. Push them. Push them. Remember that poor low from yesterday? Cleaning her up.
How poor?
So poor only a mother could love.
Touching. Hey, Jacob. Morning. Boys are back in town.
Little thin Lizzie. Yes. Bang. Ba-dibbidi bum ba bum bum bang. Bum bum. Dibbidi bum ba bum ba bum. Mm. Hmm. Guess who just got back today? Those wild-eyed boys that had been away.
Okay, let's see. Let's see.
I mean, I got finger on the trigger here, but a bit mushy into this low. Not really a good enough flush. There we go. Keep going. Flush them
He's
down the
holding much
potty.
better.
This is mushy.
Yeah, it hasn't really done anything for me. It's pretty flat.
There it is.
Oh,
Oh, oh, oh,
uh-oh.
oh, uh-oh. Merritt, what's keeping you from buying the lower band on ES? Well, I just said I had my finger on the trigger, and I've gone through my plan in terms of the edges I'd prefer to buy from. So this is not a great trade location, so I'm being pickier with what I'm looking for short term. I don't just buy every touch of a VWAP standard deviation band. That's not the strat. It's just an execution tool when I am stalking to execute on a trade idea. It's just a framework at other times for understanding where we are relative to things. I'll buy some there. Great fills. Look at that. Down at Dino's Bar and Grill.
Oh, nice.
Bum.
We're still holding support. Are we attempting a breakout here? Well, Enki's doing much better than ES.
Pushed up to VPOC for the session and found some Celerinos. Nothing much, but it killed that little momentum. The yellow line is just a horizontal marking for where 0 is. That's all. Little passive seller here showing up. Let's steamroll them. Buyers still pressing.
Yeah, ES needs a big push here. NQ is flirting with overnight highs here of this range.
I got to scratch out of this.
A little bit of range bound action here.
I hate to do it, but somebody had to do it. I might have to do it. I scratched. It's going to cost me.
I'm going to try a aggressive long here as we pulled back into the 90 main held. So we have an internal high, higher low, and looking to see if we can push out. So around 0.5 risk to see if we can push out. If not, we'll just take a quick stop here.
Dexter, I don't use level 2 data really. I have some feeds where it's turned on, but it's not something that the only time that I use level 2 data is if I'm going and trading a thinner market in um, in a less traded product, and I just need to know like what kind of liquidity is there before I toss orders around. That's the only time I use level 2.
ES is leading lower here. Cyclicals are a bit weaker than tech. Semiconductors are helping tech stay up. Mags are okay. Yeah, it's semis that are strong.
Pops back in the long. Just who just got back today. Them wild-eyed boys that have been.
We have a little megaphone here in NQ.
Got a bail.
Looks like we are possibly not hold this support here. ES is leading the move lower. NQ still holding it though, so let's see what happens here. Lose 66.18 in ES, and we go see that overnight low. Any position that I'm eyeing, there could be a short here. It would be a little aggressive on me, but it looks like we are getting ready to break down. But at the moment, there's no like A+ setup here. We're just in a little bit of a range. Just have to be more patient here for me. Wow, Apple, big sell-off today.
This market is struggle bussing so far to rotate higher.
Yeah, you
In
just have
several spots where
cyclicals that are weak. If cyclicals find a low here, like small caps, financials, industrials, then ES can bounce. There is a lot of strength in NQ due to semi. So let's say cyclicals bounce, tech leads, we got to break out higher. Boys are back in town. Do we continue lower? If this breaks down, it might go without me. NQ is also consolidating right under yesterday's IB low. It just attempted to reclaim it twice and it failed. So it is indicating a move lower here.
All right, I'm taking another little stab. Happy to take a few paper cuts in this area as I have already. Nope. He said yesterday's IB, I think.
Yeah, yesterday's. Thanks. Yeah, Dennis, yesterday's IB. We tried to reclaim that 3 times and failed. And we moved lower.
All right. Flush them. It's time. Down to 6,600.
Yes, going for that overnight low. Both are here at this point.
It's weird. There's a dominance on the part of the sellers, but there's not a ton of one-sided aggression from the part of the sellers so far. Nothing even remotely just super strong yet. Nothing capitulatory. Nothing, anything like that. Just quiet dominance.
So we're breaking lower. 66.18 is now what ES needs to reclaim to push back up. 200 is that for NQ. You know, if you're short, you're looking for that overnight low. And then if a bounce from there fails, then we have 65.93, 65.90, 93 as next support, the weekly open. For NQ, that's around 24,090. But I agree with you. I see it as well. It's even though I'm not looking at where you're looking, I can see it in the way the candles are forming and the lack of speed in this move. It's just very controlled, where like a reverse backup can easily happen.
Like right there, you see more buying than there was selling the past, several minutes. I still think we've got lower to flush here at this point.
I mean, ES is so close to that overnight low.
Mm-hmm.
It's going for it. So that was key right there, guys. NQ tried multiple times to break above the IB low from yesterday. And that's providing context. That's telling you that, hey, sellers are stepping down. And then you see this breakdown here. Now to see if there's like real follow through lower, or if we're going to create another failed breakdown.
I wish, trust me, internally, River Rock, I'm chomping at the bit to be long. And in fact, there's been a pattern lately where I end up standing aside because of the lack of a great low, which we now have with, overnight low looming just below, a couple candles stacking in right here, nothing, no wick, and this is the pattern right here where I keep getting left in the dust because I refuse to execute. So here it is. If you guys want it, I'm not going to do it.
Me? Just hanging around.
There it is.
Wow, it took them a while.
Yeah, better late than never.
But they were probably going back in the archives for it.
Where is it? I'm dying over here.
Nothing.
Where is it?
Just hanging around.
We'll do it live.
Fire's a bit strong here now.
Yep.
Trigger a fill breakdown here. Market's just holding well here. All right, ES is triggering a reversal. Oh no, did I just miss it?
I just banged in as soon as you were saying that.
I was trying to move my mouse over, and by the time I moved it over, let's see if we get a little pullback so I can get in.
Hotkeys. Hotkeys.
You all right there?
Hotkeys. Case in point.
Mom, Where are my hotkeys? Your keys?
I
No,
never
my
know what she's
hotkeys.
doing back there. Tracy, Mom, the meatloaf. Pretty strong buying. Again, passive seller showing up and kind of capping it instead of letting it release and whatnot.
I joined you. If I pulled back to my entry, I joined you. Let's see if we can reverse. Little. ES is much stronger now. Look at that. That one is already at 1.5 R from what my entry would be. Come on, NQ. Is this another fell breakdown or do we reject? ES is doing a much better job at that. We don't like that. I don't think they will give it to us.
Mm-mm.
No. All right, I took a stop there at 0.7 R. I'm going to wait now to see if we do break down to the next zone. Can I count the indicators that I have on my chart? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Here, let me count them for you.
Why no stop at the lows? I wanted less risk in this trade because of we were back testing that box breakdown.
Yeah, I mean, and for me too, like we came out at about the same time there. Again, uncomfortable with the structure, if you will, of the lows, and so I don't want to be the one stopping out underneath the lows. They're super vulnerable. The S&P is very, very vulnerable to a stop run below 6601.
Yeah, sorry. We just brought our risk down. So that's where
Kind of
we
a compression pattern as well into 6600. The descending wedge or descending triangle.
that's where we should have put in a sort of a higher low and bounced. And we should have reclaimed that, but we didn't. So that's just more information. Sellers are showing us that they're moving lower against those recent highs. And then acceptance down here would mean that we are going to be progressing lower into the weekly open in ES and then possibly 24,000 in NQ. Market's chopping again.
I built my own TPO, Gavin. It's not finished yet. In fact, there's a bug in it right now where today's day is being overlaid on top of yesterday's. Here's the stop run. Still not to that lower edge of from last week's volume. Still not quite there.
Actually, if you guys are short, next support here is the weekly open in ES 6590s. For NQ, it's NQ's already at the weekly open. If we fail to hold here, then we'll see 24,040s down to 24,000. And we're getting closer to that 6,500 area in ES. So I can buy it up. Looks like we will be having a bearish IB today above the daily 9MA.
What's that bearish IB?
Just where the open is at highs. And the close is at lows, yeah.
I gotcha. I've never considered that before. That's funny. The thought had not occurred to me, dude. Taking yet another stab here for me.
That was a divergence.
The dude abides. Passive seller absorbing him again. Can't even come off this -2 standard deviation. Not normal ebb and flow. For those of you in the fellowship program, these are good rhythm, kind of spots. And unfortunately, just not getting any rotations. None of us know if a bounce is on the way. We never know anything, guys. You can know just the things that are within your control. And then We know nothing else. We can never know what's going to happen next. The game is not to try to know what's going to happen next. The game is to identify where your variables and parameters line up for a trade with edge. And then you repeat it over the next 100 times it shows up, and you come out a little bit ahead. That's the game.
Yeah. And you learned this through, you don't, I mean, did you ever back test back in the day?
Only visually, outside of an algo that I mentioned last week that I put into production years ago. Only visual back testing for me, nothing quantitative.
So like manually, is that what you mean by visually?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
either
exactly.
way,
Euler's, dating is the same, right? You have some parameters of what you're looking for, and you go through them and find the winner. Lose gracefully along the way.
thanks, Method Man. Which indicators? I have the 20 and the 50 EMA cloud. I have a 9 MA.
There it is.
You didn't hear the E.
I didn't. I
didn't.
wasn't going to say anything. It was beautiful.
And then cumulative delta down here and RSI. These zones are my indicator, my own indicator that I created. Nice flush there. Look at that. If you're short, hey, congrats. Pay yourself. We're going for Pride Day low.
We have now entered my higher time frame zone of interest on the weekly. Volume today is almost exactly normal. Great commissioner in the S&P.
We have put in a daily swing high in that push yesterday. So we're now retracing back into the daily 9 MA. You see that? Again, no E, which is around 65.50s, and where we have the monthly open. Also Pride Day low right above that.
This delta is messed up.
Why?
Why? We're sitting at minus 4,700, which is where we've been since we were trading up at VWAP. It's totally sideways, That was, at this, I did keep mentioning there was some passive behavior going on, but that delta being weak with this down move is one of the reasons you guys saw me take so many paper cuts long, because the tape was just not scaring me to the downside. It was not super dominant, and that's a flat delta. And it's a great example of, delta will, it's not like some magic thing that you learn to read and then all of a sudden all your trades are winners. No, it misleads you in terms of giving you what's real information, but it doesn't always lead to profitable trades. Yeah, Panda, if you have a way of actually measuring that versus just, postulating on it, then fantastic. You can use it as a tool. But to just say that big whales are on the sideline right now, how can you measure that versus just somebody told you on CNBC?
If you think about it, big whales are always invested. Our retirement money is not big whales. That's trillions of dollars. Our pensions not invested. That's trillions of dollars. So what are the big whales if not those?
Finally, a decent above average volume 3-minute candle at running at 200% there on so some, we could feel the difference in the tape there, that activity. Again, not, I assume there's a lot of big whales DCAing into this dip here because there's a mixed bag in terms of aggressive order flow. I also agree. Chris is always right.
I'm right. You create words. Combine that together.
Oh, what a winning duo.
We got to go to The Price is Right.
The price is wrong, Bob.
I would like to see NQ into prior day low, but we are bouncing right from it, right above that area. $65.90s is the bull bear zone of this range that we are in. On Sunday open, we had a full breakdown below it, and then we immediately, like an hour, 2 hours after the open on Sunday, we reversed back up. So this area is important. But I would have loved the divergence or SMT here if NQ took out prior day low and ES didn't on another flush here, then I would be interested in a long. 20 minutes before the IB is set. And I'll be trading that strategy separately here.
Into my zone of interest on last week's volume profile, as I've mentioned. If I hadn't spent so much risk today and taken so many paper cuts, I'd be executing off this low aggressively right now. I'd be long right now. But because of that, and in the sake of risk management, I am going to wait for the more conservative entry, wait for this market to technically go rotational again, at least give a high quality pattern shift. And so not seeing me be aggressive here because risk comes first. And so I've only got a couple bullets left kind of to DLL and whatnot.
Very important, guys. Shap, check my prior day low. No, my prior day low is...
He probably means the Sunday, the Sunday low.
Yeah, that's the Sunday low is the open of yesterday's candle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's using Globex, the full
yeah.
Full Globex.
I mean, that is technically the candle's low. I'm right. Remember, guys? I'm
Always.
right.
Oh, it's
normal low is
Shap
low.
Cap. Shap Cap. We know who that guy is. He can't fathom that you would use Globex when he sets his entire worldview around RTH. So you're wrong.
I mean, it should be pretty, like, if you look at a 1 day's candle, what is the low of that? That is, and then we have a next day and we have a new candle. Prior day low would be the prior candle's low, no? You want an artificial low? That would be the RTH low.
Buyers still dominating.
I would like a new low, but I don't know if we'll get it. Yeah, let's doesn't look like we'll get it. US is trying here.
Passive seller showing up.
See if we get a new low. If not, we can bounce from here. Oh, that pushed my entry way above where I wanted it.
I'm so jealous you're long right now. I wish I could join you.
That pushed it by 3 points.
Little slipperoo.
Yeah.
It's part of the game right now.
All right, so I took the reversal without NQ hitting prior to day low. The imaginary prior to day low. I'll give you guys that. Not the real one. But I am BB. You come from equities and don't use order flow. You feel it's a disadvantage trading futures without it. You know, I'm a very focused price action trader, and I let that dictate my decisions. It'll mean that I'll be a slower trader, but do I want it back?
Crude pushing highs. Almost to that 117 handle.
I closed it right around entry, but I'm eyeing it. Let's see if I get back in. I mean, on the 5-minute, we do have RSI divergences into that second lower low. We've completed a full 5-minute, 2-minute move lower. Can we still take out the NQ low? Yeah, I'm going to close it. I'm going to wait here. I think next trade I take would just be the IB trade.
VIX is up 6.5%.
Oh, looks like it'll hold. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. Look at that. There it is. Write it, guys.
Like the wind.
Pushing into all right, so we have 9 minutes for the IB. Yeah, if you cut that short and then the long, your day's done.
Would single prints from 4-1 interest me? No, because the entire range of 4-1 has been traded across April 2nd and April 6th. So that unless we're merging profiles to look at an overall 3-day distribution, which we can. But no, the individual day single prints and stuff from there are of no interest because we have more new information on top of it. The more conservative entry method is, instead of aggressively picking short-term momentum shifts as we've rotated down, it's waiting for what people might call a reversal and then looking for pullbacks along the way. Bulls are not in the clear yet. I mean, obviously, again, it's lately, if I would just trade this 30-minute chart and trade my zones, I would have way less of problems. But anyways, we've reacted from our main area of interest here. We need to see what sellers have, right? We're interacting with delta neutral here. We need to see what sellers have here. They could still easily hold this intraday downtrend. So I'm going to be very interested in a down rotation. What does that look like? What does it look like on the delta? Is it continued passive behavior? Things like that. And that will determine whether I try to buy, a next pullback or something.
Back up to London's low for ES. They can push up to 66.18 and 200 again in NQ as we continue this consolidation. Yeah, that was a good one. Industrials are bouncing, cyclicals are bouncing. So it looks like we just wanted to move lower first before those bounced. Semiconductors holding again. Are you looking for a higher low here?
Yeah, pretty much. It's in a downtrend for the session. This is the spot in which that inflection is going to be made. So I mean, I'm actually short right now from
Oh, I didn't see
0550.
that.
I'm bullish, as from this reaction off the lows, but just taking advantage of a little pattern here.
Oh, guys, in the meantime, we can get those likes up. 296, 1,200 of you here joining us. Don't forget to like, support the network. Giveaways, we're doing those meetups all around everywhere. More subscribers, more likes to get the network out there will really help everybody. All right, we have 2 minutes for the IB. Thanks, Jude. Let's see if I get my IB trade. That was a good sell from your spot into that possible higher low here now. Oh, look at that candle.
Not enough of a retracement down for me to be interested yet in the long. If this just is this tiny pullback and go, it's gonna go without me. Would be a cheeky little flip long here, but I'm not gonna do it. Somebody's got to do it. Somebody had to do it. Soybean oil, Eric. Nice. That is a super underrated market. Soybean meal as well.
All right, IB is set. Yes, right under the 50% mark. NQ a little bit below that. If we can get, let's see, I have the IB indicator here. So for my setup to trigger here, I need to see an end to this uptrend that we're in right now, this 2 minute, a move back down, and then a reversal. Essentially, what I'm looking to do is buy the higher low of a low. If this is the low, I'm looking for a higher low, but with very specific rules. So if this ends here, or maybe makes a new high to test the 50% of the IB and then pulls back. And after that pullback, we reverse, then that's my entry long. Sellers still showing up here. ES is right at that 50% of IB. Oil's moving.
No.
Oh, yeah, look at that, 116. Listen, don't come to California. The gas over here, you don't want to pay that. The gas is reaching COVID levels. I think the highest was like $8 a gallon.
And that's regular?
Yeah. Well, actually, no, I only use 91, so I don't know what the other prices are. Imagine being a full-time trader and living in Cali. I'm living in that. But how about
I thought
this?
you drove an EV. No?
Hell yeah, Prius all the way, brother. What's that line from the Will Ferrell and Mark Wahlberg movie? I forget. I'm a peacock. You gotta let me fly. But it's not that line. But it's like because he's driving a Prius. You don't remember?
Yeah.
How do you handle taxes in Cali? You do your best. But they are a lot. They are a lot. I'll tell you that. I have a Prius. Merritt said it. It's a great commuter. Low gas. Holding well here.
Yeah. An aggressive long entry spot here. There it goes.
Look at that. I don't get the icon pass. I'm glad I did not get it this year because the snow sucked. If you get a big storm like in October, then you know the season's going to be good. So maybe at that time it's worth it. But all right, so let's see if we get a little pullback now. Yes, reclaim the 50% of IB. Yeah, you do that with futures. NQ into the 50% mark. Cyclicals are doing well now. Industrials, financials. Looks a little bit choppy now here. Just there was no follow through on that push. Yeah, back down. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Look at
Tough
that.
tape. Tough tape. I mean, capital gains taxes are your federal return, not state return, right?
Well, I mean, state and federal are high.
No. Yeah, I mean, California has high state taxes and stuff, but
Yeah.
a guy was asking about the Section 1256. I was like, that's just a federal thing.
Oh, yeah.
No income tax here. Thanks, String B.
All right, I'm just waiting here. Hey, thanks, Stringby. It's just, if you're worried about taxes, you just respectfully make more.
Yeah, it's terrible. Don't come.
How long should I watch before jumping in? All the hours. All right, so I'm just waiting to see if we get a pullback so I can join long. We're struggling at this 50% of IB, this yellow line here for both ES and NQ. Liquid, I am nobody compared to the money that's out here.
Yeah, that was like living in New York. There's wealth, and then there's just like
Yeah.
cannot fathom echelons.
This is the 2 minute. Where am I looking at for long entry? I can't say exactly because it's where the reversal sets up. That's the rule. It's not location based. So you can see here that it's attempting a move lower here. So I need this black line to start to move lower to start a downtrend. And then when that reclaims on the move lower, that is my entry long. Essentially what I'm doing is I'm buying a higher low against the low, and my entries on the reversal when that higher low is put in, right? We don't know when a higher low is put in, but if you follow trend structure, when the lower high of that move lower is reclaimed right here, then that changes from a lower low, lower high to a higher high, higher low. So that's what I'll be looking at to see if it triggers. It depends on the rules you trade, JB. There's many ways to trade it. It's topping around now, though.
Yeah, half an hour ago or whenever I said it about how, look, I'm going to be seeing what the sellers have, right? We rotated up. Let's see what the sellers have. Let's watch. And so far, the sellers unable to give a decent down rotation. So we've ended up with this stall, which in my mind turns into really just like if the rotation, for like fellowship students and whatnot is off the low up to here, from this point, you could say that the rotation is just sideways to just ever so slightly down, but mostly sideways from here onto the edge of the chart. So getting something of what, in NADRO we refer to as kind of a time acceptance. So you got that x-axis rotation, sideways rotation, instead of a y-axis price distance rotation. Still not mature yet, though. Tough session. If you're up on the session or breaking even on the session, you're doing solid here today.
All right, so this is the breakdown attempt, meaning that we're now moving lower from the uptrend here. We reversed higher high, higher low, higher high, and now we're attempting lower. So we can move lower and then bounce to create a lower high. Then my entry would be look to get long that lower high reclaim. And if it happens here over the next 20 minutes, then I'll share with you guys.
Oh, wow. I can't believe it's almost 9:45 already. All right. I'm finally getting some little green dots here. So we've, as I was talking about, we've spent at least enough time going sideways to start to get a semblance of a downward pullback, right? I know there's not much of one, but it's based on what I was talking about.
So they're still in control. I mean, we did bounce, but all we did was get back to 50% of the drop, the 50% IB mark, and reject. We should have reclaimed that if we were going to just move back up. All right, so we have a breakdown attempt. Now I'll be looking for a bounce into the 90 main black to create a lower high. And whenever that is reclaimed, I will be getting long. Which can happen here in the next 10 minutes. And then I'll show the other accounts that I'm trading for that. This candle is that lower high. Just waiting here.
Scratching out. Seeing if they drop this little low here below 6,600 and stabilize, and I'll look to re-enter. I have 0 winning trades today, and I am beyond happy with every single decision I've made all day long here. And I think that newer traders and my old self would have a really, really hard time doing that. Separating how well are you executing? How good of a job are you doing at the things you're attempting to do well versus just the results? Work on separating that.
All right, my IB strat triggered. I got long. I'm looking for 2R partials at 52.75. With a stop at the recent low, and if we don't get a push up higher, then I'll take a stop in that. But again, guys, this is a separate sort of strat that I've been testing live. And he gets 2 trades a day. If the first one's a loser, it'll trade once more, unless it's a winner. And so far have a 55% win rate. And it's done really well. Uh, 0.54R expectancy per trade. Average loser 1.R, average winner 1.9R. But, it does underperform in periods of daily ranges like we are right now. So going through stops here is okay, because it's a trend following strategy. So it makes sense that when you're not trending, you're not going to see those big winners, right? But then on the big decline 2 weeks ago, big winners. I mean, 3 days in a row, it hit 6R back to back. Those generate massive profits.
Paulo is asking about they're in a drawdown for the year. What advice would you give someone in a drawdown? Depends on how severe and substantial we're talking about here, and if you even have a baseline of what drawdowns look like historically for you. One of my favorite ways to look at it is like an XY plot, like a scatter plot of your edge over like 20, 30 trade sample size and where you are on that in terms of win percent combined with risk reward, average win loss. And take a look at what kind of like scatter plot, what kind of dot plot you form with that and where you start to deviate. So for this drawdown, are you falling out of the left side of that box? Are you falling out of the bottom of that box? What's driving it? Is it a win percent problem or is it a risk reward problem? If it's a win percent problem, it's the trade selection, right? It's you're not waiting on your best trades. You're somehow messing up that execution. It's a you problem or it's a market problem, which means you're not adjusting to maybe this volatility. You've been on the bad end of some of the news spikes, things like that. So figure out if it's a win percent problem, is it you or is it the market? If it's a risk reward problem, that's really your fault. That's either you're not doing a good enough job of controlling your risk. I'd look at your largest loss compared to your largest win. I'd look at your average loser compared to your average winner and see if the problem is on the losing side or on the winning side, both of which are within your control. So that's something you can just tweak your trade management process, your risk plan, things like that. So that's like at the top level where I would look to see where the problem is. And again, it depends on how, if we're just talking about a small drawdown here, then maybe there's nothing to really worry about. You don't need to panic and start changing things. That's something that it's a big lesson to learn for traders, is to be in a drawdown and be okay and understand it's a natural cycle. If it's a real substantial drawdown, then by all means go through that initial filtering process that I just laid out for you. Hope that helps.
All right, looks like I'll take a stop here on the IB strat. So I took a stop here as we broke below this recent low. And then I have room for one more trade. I was in the trade. What happened was that I had only one account selected instead of the group. So I had to close that and buy it with all the accounts. Would I point out one more time on your chart where IB triggered, because I thought I understood it? So when we have a breakdown attempt, like my strategy says to go long if we're above a trend filter, which is the daily 9MA. I'm looking to buy pullbacks after the IB starts. So you have a pullback here, your low, your bounce, your lower high. And when that lower high is reclaimed, you take long. So I got long and my stop goes at the lows. It's similar to the entry setup that I share on my trades. So I'm using that same entry setup to trigger long in trades. And then, so I trigger long and then stopped out. Does that help, cats? And R is how many points? It depends on the spread of the entry and the stop. So I have an indicator that I created that calculates the contracts based on that. So I can just buy that contract amount.
Last bullet of the day for me here. I am long. Finally have, enough of a, not only enough of a rotation. The last time I tried was right here, I believe, where I was getting these green dots. Now it's even better because we put in this low, and we ran stops below it. And so a little failure peak stop run below those lows. So I like the position. This is picture perfect what I talked about earlier about what do the sellers have? Delta is still flat from where we started the retracement point from over here. Delta is just really sideways and flat. And we now have plenty of that, again, measuring from this point, plenty of movement time-wise, x-axis-wise, to call it a nice down rotation. So I feel good about the rhythm. I feel good about the entry, as I have all day today with trades. But none of them have worked. Picture perfect time acceptance, extreme fade setup here after the market goes rotational.
A week. Going for new lows if we can't bounce.
Out. I mean, I wouldn't call an 85 handle, range for the session sideways. It's had decent directional movement here today. And in my book right now, it's attempting to stabilize that downward movement and kind of balance. But yeah, I agree that from this point, probably a lot of sideways. But you never know. We got headlines flying around. You never know.
We lose this 40s here in NQ. We go for new lows. Same for ES at 93. Nvidia at lows, Apple at lows. Man, Apple, what a sell-off today.
Thanks, Radish. I certainly hope that I certainly feel good about days like this, and I've had a few lately. I feel like a couple Tuesdays here in a row, maybe 3 in a row now, where I've underperformed. Haven't had really much P&L to show for. But I hope that I'm a good model example of how to be a great loser. If you're gonna win, first you must learn how to be a great loser, and that's something I take a lot of pride in being a great loser.
Do better, Merritt.
Hey guys.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, morning.
Good morning.
Gang.
This is
How y'all
that
doing?
Thursday Miami crew.
Yeah, it is.
All excited.
Now, Stowe, that's a hat.
Yes.
Now that's a hat.
This is we're off to a good start, man.
Right? All right.
I'm feeling good. I got my our new thing is hoist the cone this year. That's our new weird cheesy gimmick we have. So I got to get
What's the cone?
I got to get some sort of cone to put on the desk somewhere. Yeah.
But what's the story there? Like, what's the cone? Like, what's?
I think the story is as dumb as they just picked up a cone in Bradenton off the side of the road and began hoist the cone. So it's just a construction cone. They've got a welder's hat in there too, so they're doing all the
Blue collar it. Yeah. Get it done. Yeah. Hoist the cone. I love it.
It's a good looking team this year. I'm feeling good.
All right.
How you doing today? Everybody have a good day?
We're getting wrecked. I'm DLL.
Piss.
I picked a bunch of great little spots.
2 losses.
Would get like a little excursion and then nothing. So
yeah,
that's how she goes.
Definitely a tough morning.
Yeah. How about y'all? Anything interesting? Any positions coming in?
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had one. Does that count? It's if wishes were there. I got ticked out of my 4th attempt at this short at 66.12. And so it's all right. I went and grouchily made another cup of coffee, and now here I am. I did okay. I made a little bit of loot,
Nice.
but the idea played out without me, which tends to happen. So that's okay.
Chris,
I just grabbed some shorts not too long ago on the
nice.
Russell. Yeah. This bear flag has been just screaming at me all morning, and I saw it pan out on NQ, but the Russell, for whatever reason, this morning was super, super strong. So I figured that'd be the one that I'd short. like to take a little bit of risks like that, shorting the strongest one. But yeah, so far so good.
Cool.
Sweet.
Great job, guys.
You guys
Merritt,
too.
we'll see you next week. You guys
Yeah.
enjoy your sesh.
All right. Thanks, homies. What do
See
we got?
ya.
We got
Take
2
care,
weeks till
y'all.
Miami? Is
Oh,
it 2
yeah.
weeks?
Next week.
It's next week?
Next
This
week.
weekend.
Holy crap.
Next Thursday, we're all there.
Okay.
Next
I
week.
gotta
See you
really
guys
get on
there.
that restaurant list. I need to find some treats. I'm big into treats these days.
Coffee.
I think you and me need a little base layer tan before we show up. I think that's what we need.
Dude, it's 20 degrees here today.
Is it?
This
Oh,
sucks.
that's brutal.
Yeah.
Chat. See y'all.
All
Love
right,
you.
guys. Take care. Have a good week.
Take care.
Bye.
What's up, Stowe?
Salma, good morning, my friend. How are you today?
Hello. Good.
Good. That's good.
Pretty good. Feeling good.
Good.
Can't complain, honestly. It's for whatever reason, I'm not going to question it, but this morning's read was on point. So days
Hell
like
yeah.
today, they don't come by too often, guys, where like the market just looks like a book and you can just literally read it so easily.
Mm.
Those are not everyday kind of days. And when they do come by, I tend to carpe diem it. And so, yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Season.
Feels good.
Hell yeah.
Sweet.
That's great. That's great.
Sweet.
I feel good-ish.
Why-ish?
I don't know. I had a good. I think I get stopped out of it anyway. I had a good seat, as my bud would say. I had a good seat. Short 66.17 was my well. So first thing I was doing is I was buying this thing. So I scalped long off of 66.19 this morning.
Okay.
I was actually in a position fairly early. So I used this 66.19, 66.20 spot as a pivot yesterday. And it worked. So I was like, hell with it. I'll use it again. Seemed to be partying again. Previous day low got ran. And so I was long, scalped it long. Once we lost it, I got a great short in. And then my last ad on that short was 66.1750. And I got a ton of points and I let it get all the way to 65.82. And instead of getting trailed out, I made money in here, but they eventually came and got me. They talked me out of the idea in here before they went to my target, which was this yellow squiggly line. And then 65.60, like 2 would be ultimately where I was trying to get today. But
Well, I mean, sometimes even when you do get stopped, it is a really good feeling having the idea and then watching it play out. Even when it plays out without you. Like, as much as I hate that.
False. I need the money, Selma.
I mean, we all need the money still, but
They told me I got to buy fancy clothes for Miami, so I'm not
who
trying to
told
get
you that?
Sav said there's a dress code and stuff.
Oh, I didn't know that. I wasn't
like,
told.
hey, can I wear some jeans this time? Do I have to maybe a punk rock t-shirt? No, my friend.
Can I wear jeans this time? So
Well, she told me I could wear jeans, but they have to be like fancy jeans, and I don't even know. I didn't even know what that would be. So
Sav says, sorry guys, gotta look swaggy. Sav, you gotta be careful. Swaggy, people's different definition of swaggy.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like Stowe's swaggy is probably different than your swaggy. You gotta be clear about the dress code. Listen, Stowe, I'm sure you can wear your punk rock t-shirt to the airport.
No, I will. Don't worry.
There you go.
I'm a comfy airport guy. Like, I don't do the dress up for the airport thing. I know that there are a lot classier people than me, but I'm afraid to fly, as I think everybody should be.
Oh my God, you're another Joey. Joey is literally terrified of flying.
I mean, it just doesn't. I'm just really claustrophobic. I think that's it. It's less about being in the air. It's more about being in the tube than anything for me.
That's crazy. Guys, I'm sorry to switch the subject real quick, but this short here is panning out. I've been waiting on this all morning.
Hell yeah. I love that setup for you.
I do really need 24. I need to see 24 traded on the Russell. We'll see. It's been playing games. But I also like to dress comfy to the airport too. You can still dress comfy and still look good, like, maybe a sweatsuit or something.
I got those fancy sweatpants. Don't worry.
All right, cool. Fancy sweatpants from Vesuvios. Vesuvios. That's crazy. When production is telling me to take you shopping in Miami. Production, I hate shopping. There's nothing more that I hate than shopping. Oh God. I can't. Going to the mall gives me anxiety.
What I told him yesterday was I need to get one of those subscription boxes where you tell it hey, this is what I need. Make me look like a human, but I need somebody else to be in charge of the questions. So that's where I'm at.
Savannah says, I only go to the mall for Auntie Anne's. That's funny as hell. Get your pretzels. That's hilarious. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Stell. You're on your own as far as shopping.
It's fine.
But if you want to, if you want to send a picture of a shirt or something, be like, hey, what's your opinion on this? I can give you my opinion on it. I'll tell you, cop or drop. I'll tell you, yeah, that's good. Put that back.
Cop or drop.
Cop or drop.
Oh, God.
Yeah, Logan, I am the opposite of that. I hate shopping.
I am not going to sell this down here. And I'm saying that out loud so that I don't. Because I want to. I want to sell this 78 spot.
So this is the thing. I just want to go over this idea here about the short.
Let's do it.
So I posted, I actually didn't post this on Twitter. I posted NQ on Twitter. That panned out pretty nicely. But this idea I spoke about with my members, pretty much going into this morning on NQ and the Russell, they both had similar setups. They both were bear flagging on the 30-minute, and they both had a demand zone right below the flag. So to me, those are two conflicting things, right? A demand zone tells me there's support. Bear flag tells me this is bearish. So I was almost playing a if then, if this then that type of scenario, right? I didn't really have a clear read going into the morning. But we did see NQ bear flag play out. I mean, I will pull up NQ on my chart just so you guys can see it.
Yeah.
Literally, this is the bear flag that I was watching here. I mean, I just drew two little trend lines, right? And then this was the demand zone here that I had that, we've held since Sunday. So if buyers, this was buyers' last area for them to show up so that we can push higher. Clearly they failed, sellers were stronger, and the flag broke. Now, this morning, I was saying to myself, I was thinking the Russell is holding up. And if you guys were watching the four indexes in the morning at once at the open, the Russell was just doing its thing, trying to pump off the open while everything else was trying to drop. And so that's what made me pivot my focus onto the Russell. And I'm like, okay, I know it's always risky to try and, fade the strength. I was trying to short the strongest one, right? And that in itself is really, really risky, I will admit. But I was still seeing that same setup pan out on NQ, the same setup on NQ panning out on the Russell. This bear flag, we had, the demand zone, and we continue to reject this 0.618, the GP from this high to this low. And I'm like, dude, this thing wants to drop so badly. It's just not. It's just a matter of time, right? And as I continue to see us drop on NQ, I'm like, yeah, the Russell can't be the only one holding here. It's going to drop. And so literally right before we got on stream, I entered these shorts. Again, I I don't want to see us hold this demand zone. We got 19 minutes till this 30-minute candle closes. I don't mind if it holds, if I get my TP and then it wicks back up. I don't mind that. But at the current moment, I want to see sellers try and drive past this demand zone, want to take out this low here from Sunday, and then it can do whatever the hell it wants. And every time we come down here, buyers do their thing, which, I anticipate, since this is where you would want to, it's pushing here.
Yeah,
they're doing their job, but I don't want to see this.
They're buying the piss out of NQ right now.
They're buying the piss out of NQ right now.
Yeah, I can show you this. This is great. Check it out.
Show us.
So over here, this is the Dom. This is the free Dom. And what I saw, you see these 100 lot guys. What I saw on the stacking column, which is this one that is white and blue, these guys came up and chased price on that. So they were adding and then chasing price upwards, which is, pretty aggressive. So that's what was causing that to shoot out of there. This does, it feels like a short covery day. So that might have been it. I'm going to look to re-enter up here too, if I can get to the other side of 91. But if these dudes keep adding and chasing price and, we're not pushing down, that's a sign that the bid is possibly real. We got a ways to go, but yeah. So at the moment, that's what I was seeing when I said the piss. It was
the piss. They're buying the piss out of NQ, guys. That is crazy. All right. Hi, chat. Good morning. I feel like we didn't say good morning to the chat.
I'm sorry, chat. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. I'm looking at it. Thinking about it.
Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on what they're saying. Is Stowe an 8-star general? Yeah, Stowe. That was funny.
No.
It really does. It really does look like an army hat or something. You're a vet.
Maybe the Yinzer army.
You're a vet.
We will have the freedom around for everybody. It will be absolutely free. We can put it out.
Like, how free are we talking?
Pretty free. Freer than a lot of things. The only thing you might have to do is you may have to listen to some of us talk about it in order to constantly. Because, to be fair, we haven't been able to talk about a lot of the stuff that we look at for the entire time that we've been on the stream. So just because there's no way to demonstrate it until recently. So just be patient. Be patient. The big cat is working on it.
But where? Guys, when the time comes, they'll let you know.
I don't know where. Also, who? Why do you think I would know? I'm the last guy that's going to know where. There are much more responsible people in my circle other than me that would have actual answers. Wait till they're on and ask them.
Guys, he's just being humble, because if there's anyone that knows, it's Stowe.
I'm going to get back in. I'm going to get back in here somewhere.
For what, shorts or
Yes.
longs? Oh, cool. Stowe makes a great point. Richard says, what are you looking for now? Honestly, I'm just looking for us to sweep this 24 level. And then I want to see the reaction. Because again, this 30-minute candle still has 14 minutes to go. A lot can happen in 14 minutes. But this has been my main focus all morning, is trying to catch this short move. And I really hope they don't stop me out before they give it to me.
Yes. In general, anything to do with the depth of market, you're going to need market depth for. So you're going to need level 2. If you had just level 1, you would just be seeing two prices.
And stopped, guys. Holy.
Yeah, dude, it sucks. It sucks. It sucks being short. Nobody likes it.
That's gotta be it's gotta be news. That's jumpy price action. Let's see. That
Stairs down,
sucks.
elevator up, they say, you know?
Yeah. Dude, what the frick? You
Yep.
see, so like this is tricky, guys, because it's like it came 1 point away from my TP, right? But I was trying to trust my TA, trying to trust, like I really do think we sweep that level. But was I being a dick for a tick? I don't know. Not intentionally, at least.
You ever think about that asymmetric risk to reward concept? I think about it all the time.
No, tell me.
So it's like basically the idea is the closer you get to your target, the worse your risk to reward is getting, right? So as you approach what you think is going to be your target, should you be adjusting your risk to reward to make it still something that fits into your trading style, trading system? So like I try to shoot for a 1.3, 1.45 R calculation over across all the trading that I do.
Mm-hmm.
And so if I get myself 2 points away from my target and I've got 8 points in profit, I've got a what's that, a 4-to-1
Right.
risk to reward. So it gets upside down. It's hard to think about that in the moment, but I try to think about that when not being a dick for a tick.
Yeah, I mean, and it's like that was completely unintentional. And it's not like I just wanted to see my thesis pan out. Like that was my whole thing, but yeah, it was not cool. And the thing is though too, like when I take my trades, I don't really think about it like in risk to reward terms. Like I'm not thinking I'm going for a 1-to-1 or whatever. Like I see the setup, I find my stop loss, I find my TP, and then that's it. Like it could be a 1-to-3, it could be a 1-to-1, like whatever the case may be, it is what it is. But I don't really have RR in the back of my head, like, or it's not at the forefront of my mind even.
Ooh, that's a terrible fill.
Would you get in?
I got short. I might need to get out of it quickly.
Oh, you ballsy. You're trading minis.
Nah, it's fine. It's just a yes.
Jim says Craig's data is faster than mine. LOL.
It feels terrible. It just ripped out of that 88 too. All right, hold on. I gotta watch this.
People in the chat kill me.
That's where it should be, is right there. How did I miss that by 2 points? Nope.
I also kind of want to get in, but probably a little bit higher.
I need to see some more. What time is it? 11:20. Okay.
He says sick. Oh, God.
I think I can tighten that up. All right. I'll try 91.25. That's 2.75 points of risk there. So if it's going to explode, it can do it. That's fine.
I do think that ES can sweep previous day low. Like what we came 5 points, 6 points away from sweeping it. Do they really want to just keep us there? That be the low of the day here and rip us up? I don't know. I don't think so.
See, I liked that I liked that squeeze off the lows. That's bearish behavior to me.
Yeah.
So I'm into that. I'm trying to get back in if this doesn't have any continuation. But I mean, all right, I got one off for 3. That's good. It scaled down a little bit. But we need to get below this 88 guy. It's definitely still a buyer there.
Yeah, I might actually have to. I do still like shorts. I want to get in maybe.
All right, so that was a little clumsy. This is showing some continuation if it can hold this 88 guy. Yeah. Okay.
You're up lunch money for Miami lunch money. You're gonna invite us all out, right?
Is it expensive? Is it expensive in Miami?
I have no idea. I've never been.
Me neither.
This will be the first. Kamal, the delay for the free version of Financial Juice is probably like a minute or so. It's pretty quick. There you go. Everybody in chat says it is expensive in Miami.
All right.
It's not Pittsburgh style.
Nowhere else is, let me tell you. It's a one-of-a-kind place. You can't beat it.
I don't know about that.
Matt says, watch out for the service charges in Miami and tipping. Just do one. Well, guess what, Matt? I don't tip anybody for nothing. I see that screen and they're like,
you're one of those.
Like, ask me. This is going to ask you a few questions. And I'm like, zero.
Well, it depends. Like if we're going to get coffee and they want to tip, yeah, I'm not tipping. But if we're obviously at a restaurant or something, yeah. Different story.
Everybody hitting 100 in the chat, responding to me like that. You're all scumbags and I just busted you.
Stowe.
I just flipped and reversed that.
Nah, you're not joking. It depends. It depends on the like what you're buying.
Honestly, I overtip because I feel like I'm trying to make, this is my theory, right? If you go in and you hit somebody with 15%, 20%, there's usually a difference of like $5 between 20 and 25%. You add that little tiny $5 to somebody's day, number one, you probably cancel out some dude that was cheap and shorted. And number two, you just bought somebody a new awesome day for $5. And I've spent $5 in way worse ways than that. Way worse. So
emphasis on way worse.
Emphasis on
way worse.
Remarkably worse.
I'm dead. Yeah, so, I mean, I used to be a waitress for a very long time, up until COVID.
See, there you go.
5 years. But tipping culture, I'll be honest, tipping culture has gotten a little bit out of hand.
I agree.
So there is definitely a fine line.
If there's already gratuity in the bill, I don't know.
Depends on the service. If they were like phenomenal, yeah, I'll add. But mediocre.
I got to be honest with you, chat. I ain't going a lot of places where gratuity is included in the bill. So
it depends, because big parties, they'll automatically do that. But I'm going to try short tier on.
You got enough friends for a big party? Good for you.
I mean, like birthdays and stuff. Yeah.
No, me and Cat, I'm going to drag Cags to some place where the tip's probably going to be included when he comes up for baseball. Now that we're talking about it, I'm excited for that. Salma, you're missing out on a good dinner, dude.
Dude, no way. I'm not Not doing that.
I tip so they don't spin my food next time I go. Fair point. Good hedge. That's a free. No, it's not free. That's a cheap hedge right there. Good for you.
Deb, yeah, I did.
You back in? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm short Russell again here at 35. Again,
right.
still targeting 24. I would have
let's get there
preferred
together.
higher.
That's what I want. Let's do this together. You get to 24. I'll get to 65, 62. It's going to be the best.
I definitely think ES can sweep 67, 63. Yeah. Previous day low, monthly open. I don't see how we get so close to it and then just leave it there and put the low in for the day. I don't think so. And then NQ, obviously, if ES is dropping, I have next target on NQ would be 904.
What's up, T? T, are you going to be in Miami? He just said
What'd he
together.
say together?
He's making fun of me.
For what?
Because we're saying, let's do this together.
Oh, let's do this together.
TTrades, tell me you're going to be in Miami.
Nice job, Fractal. No Miami for me. Oh, come on. What's up with everyone being
lame?
Lame. Thank you. Lame. Yep. Very lame. Starting with Leo.
Alex, the Phillies play the Bucks in May. That's when that's the game that me and Cags are going to. It's the May 15th weekend.
He says I have a date with XY. No, XY is going to be in Miami. I mean, Hawaii while we're in Miami. So T's about to be on that date by himself. XY will be having poke bowls. Salma on NQ, did you say 904 or 940? I said 904. This has to reject here on the Russell, or we go right back up to 48.
Yeah. Are we waiting for anything today? Is there a new deadline? Is there like a deadline for the deadline? Anything
I
going
don't know
on?
if that's changed, but I think it was supposed to be 8 p.m. tonight.
Okay. Cool.
I don't know. We do have one Fed speaker at 12:45 today, and then 3-year auction, which is really doesn't really move the market much, but that's at 1. You never know. You never know with those auctions.
Rats. Someone told me, chat, if you want to help me out, you can do me a favor. Tell me, is this true or false? The Russell going up would be possibly a sign that the market is pricing in a rate cut. True or false? Because I saw that on Twitter, and I don't know if it's real.
If it's on Twitter, it must be real. Come on, Stowe.
Also, pump the likes. Why do I have to tell you every time? Why do we have to say, can you please hit the like button? True. Stop Hunter says true. Great Commissioner of Kings says false. Okay, well, it's tied. Flight here. I trust Flight here. Good morning also, by the way. True-ish. Okay. Okay, true. Russell is very interest rate sensitive. Okay.
I'm gonna get out of these shorts here for a small $45 loss. and I'll reassess. Don't like how this 30-minute candle closed.
Rate cuts will pump Britty. Okay. Reek Jeff says, like all good answers, it depends. All right. Well, it's unacceptable. I need a black and white answer for the market. Please. Yeah, I'm out of my short too, Selma. I don't know if you saw I got stopped.
No, I didn't see, but this 30-minute candle closed too strong, honestly. If bulls wanted to turn things around, this is their chance. And then I'll reassess once we get up to like 548 on the Russell.
I'm up 1,000 clams over here. I should maybe chill. I don't know if I'm going to try to get into this thing again.
1,000 clams.
Yeah, 1,000 clams. You ever say clams? What do you call money?
I ever tell you you're different? Did I ever tell you that?
This might surprise you. I've been told that before.
There is only one Stowe.
It has been mentioned.
Yeah, you're definitely different.
I'm a strange bird. That's what my grandma would say.
Bro. Italy. We're going to Italy?
Italy?
We're going to Italy? That's a thing? I haven't been told, but I'll go.
I do like to speak. Jim's right. I do like to speak like I'm in a 1950s mafia movie. See? Got cost me only 1,000 clams, see?
Yeah, again, I'll tell you. I ever tell you different?
Capiche?
Capiche, indeed. Thank you, Pax.
Up a few shekels.
Shekels.
Not if you say it in Arabic.
Oh, shekels in Arabic?
Shekel, but yeah. Close enough.
Ooh, that was a cool accent.
Close enough.
What's it like to be able to speak more than one language? What is this like for real?
Dude, I don't know. I mean, I still stumble. It's not like I'm fluent in Arabic, right?
Okay.
But because I only speak it to my parents, I've lost the ability to like sometimes I forget words. Like I'll be talking to them and then I'll be like, oh shoot, I just forgot what I'm trying to say. So there's like a little language barrier. But other than that, it's cool.
Do you think in both of them at the same time?
No, I think in English.
Okay.
I guess it depends.
Okay.
Why?
I can't speak another language at all, like zilch.
I'm sure you know a couple words of Spanish.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. I got to really dig for them to figure them out. Like I remember like 9th grade German. I probably got like 2 sentences, but I can't really do anything with them.
I mean, like
your parents don't speak English, right?
Yeah, so
how sick is it to be able to say whatever you want in English to that?
Oh no, it's not that cool. Sometimes I wish like they did speak English because, I don't have to like trying to explain the stock market or like trading or what I do on a regular is really freaking hard.
Okay.
In a different language. Like they just know I do stuff. They don't know, like, I can't sit there and tell them the nitty gritty of things. It's not fun. And
it's still good that they think that because my parents don't think I do anything.
Dead. No, my parents know I do something. They just don't know what. So you dream in English.
Yeah,
dude,
see,
I barely remember my dreams to begin with, let alone knowing what language I think in while dreaming.
Selma doesn't get REM sleep because she's staring at the markets for 26 hours a day.
This is true. I also got really bad sleep last night, so here we go.
See, my parents don't think I'm a drug dealer. That's for sure, because they know I'm much too chicken to do anything like that. I would get caught immediately. I wouldn't even make it like 2 hours in that career.
I wouldn't even do it because my morals wouldn't allow me to, right? Like, I don't know.
I just don't have good enough.
Forget
luck,
getting
to be
caught.
honest.
Forget getting caught. Like, how can you look at yourself in the mirror?
George, I would get robbed for sure, quickly.
Stowe would deal to the cops.
Probably.
Probably, yeah. That's hilarious. Jimmy says, the sleep dreams of Salma. Yeah. It's the opposite for me. Trading futures isn't exactly ethical, though. Okay, explain that to me. What's not ethical about this?
Some people get I'm curious about this question because I have certainly thought about this quite a bit.
I really don't see how it's not ethical.
Some people view a zero-sum game as unethical in general.
How? That's everything in life, though. Like, even when you, I was going to give a really stupid example, but like, even when you play games, like video games, like someone's got to lose in order for someone to win. That's just life in general. I don't get it.
What? Okay, his response there. Well, excuse me. Their response was, "What value does it provide?" So, I think without getting on too big of a soapbox, money is the value that it provides, and money is a vehicle for a lot of stuff.
Wait, pause. Still, real quick. What value does it provide to what, though? Like, to society? Is that what you're asking?
I think that's what they're saying. I would imagine that's the angle they're coming at it from.
Why does it need to serve society as a whole? Like, yeah, I don't necessarily understand that. But continue. I'm sorry. I just wanted to see. They did clarify, by the way, it is to society.
Well, I mean, anything that you do to benefit society as a whole is going to have to come from your own motivations anyway. And a lot of people live their entire lives wishing that they had the ability to do a bunch of stuff that they can't do because they have to spend 15 hours a day, slaving away at two jobs that pay them $12 an hour just to make their ends meet, right? So the responsibility to contribute to society doesn't come from inside of the mechanism. That responsibility is on the person. So like, it's my job to contribute to society in a meaningful way. It doesn't matter how I figure out how to do it, right? That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think this is I don't see it that way. I don't see it as like no value. And by the way, someone made a really funny comment. They said the value I bring is being exit liquidity.
That's fair.
We are liquidity to the market. That's the value I bring.
The other thing you're buying time, you're buying freedom, you're buying the ability to do. I mean, look, I trade, I pull some points out of the market, and I'm doing that social work degree. There's no way that if I had to like work at a gas station, by the way, nothing wrong with that. Lots of people have to do it and lots of people do it. But if I have to work at a gas station for 12 hours a day, I probably don't have time to take 4 classes at once. So like that's a way that it's a mechanism, but it's on me to figure out how to contribute to society in a meaningful way. It's not ever going to be the job's responsibility, no matter what the job is.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm also, real quick, I feel like ES wants to puke. Despite this 30-minute candle being really strong on the Russell, and maybe even, yeah, it's really strong on ES too. But unless we get a 10-minute close above 65.95 on ES, I think we can come right back down. This really looks like it wants to puke. I might re-enter.
I'm not going to. I'm done.
You made 1,000 buckaroos. I think you should be done.
Yeah. And the bands are flattening out. Like, I don't really have much to think about this trend. I've tried to re-enter twice. I got a couple points out of it, but not really. I agree. I think it can go down. I just don't
I really like this.
I just don't have a spot to get in at the moment for me.
All right. Sorry, you can continue the value conversation.
I'm good. I have.
You're like, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Yo, please. Did I save you by diverting?
I pushed my. I philosophized enough for that moment. It was fine.
All right, cool. I'm reading chat and what they're saying.
Anything good?
I like this comment here. Doing what's best for me gives everyone around me. I'm sorry. I misread that. Let's start over. Okay. Doing what's best for me drives everyone around me to do what's best for them. And so that's basically their reasoning as to what value they bring as a trader.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I do agree that if you do things that are, good for you, other people will benefit from that and see that and apply that to themselves. That could be anything. That could be like setting good boundaries, doing healthy stuff. That stuff does rub off on people for sure.
For sure, yeah.
Now, I've never heard anybody say that trading is self-care before. but I'm willing to explore it.
Stoic Maximus. I like that.
What's up, Hitman? Morning, brother.
I trade, therefore I am. That's got to be your new name. Stoic Maximus.
Stoic Maximus.
That's funny.
I don't think I fare too well in Roman times, honestly. I'm probably not making it out of there.
Stowe, at least you're self-aware.
Yes. Yeah, painfully, unfortunately.
Yeah. Chat, guys, what are we doing? 466 likes? That's it? How?
They hated the philosophy thing.
They hate Stoic Maximus.
I don't know.
Come on, guys. Pump those likes up.
Pump the likes.
What the frick? I think chat doesn't like bear days. I used to be like that. I've spoken about that a couple times here on stream. But, I came into trading with the mentality of market only goes up. And this is true over time. But day to day, obviously there's the back and forth. And so on days where the market would dump, I would either A, be on the wrong side, or B, I would be sitting there in disbelief and not trading, not partaking in the market. And that forced me to learn how to short. And now I'm a better short trader than I am a long trader. And I really highly recommend for everyone, if you hate shorting or you hate red days in the market, you have to change that mentality because you're missing out or you're losing money. It's a very easy switch when you stop getting attached to one side.
I think also, if I can add to that, a problem I really had was I tried to apply the same style and logic to both sides. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't until, Leo told me this forever ago. He was like, dude, you can't just flip what you're doing on the long side for the short side. You have to realize these are two completely different things.
Yeah.
So if you're going to come up with a way to trade the short side, it's going to need to be its own way. So doing that was like, I mean, it's a lot more work because you have to come up with an entire separate playbook. But that really helped me be able to see it better because it is different. I mean, you get violent reactions off of lows that may not be the low of the day, but price is going to come back at you a lot harder than it does in a low volatility environment where we're grinding higher.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it definitely literally like it was like a light switch for me. Like once I was able to start noticing bearish patterns, starting to notice when things look like they might turn, that was like game changer for me. And I've said this before on stream too. People joke about it all the time about like just inverse your chart. That really helped me. Like I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
Inverting my chart because I was always in the bullish mindset, and so when I was inverting my chart, it looked bullish. I could see it clearly looking bullish.
Yeah.
Which was obviously bearish, right? Like it helped me see that so much better. I definitely recommend if no one has tried inverting their charts, do it. See the difference. And then that whole saying of like, stairs up, elevator down, so true. That's why shorting is more fun in my opinion. Like you get the moves much quicker. You could basically be done trading within like 30 minutes on a red day, on a true red day, right? So, yeah.
That's another thing too. That's stairs up, elevator down thing. That is true, but not in a bear market environment. It's like it's the opposite. And that's when I see things like big pops, big news squeezes that just get exhausted and run out. That makes me feel like this can continue lower. Like these big reactions just getting stalled out at VWAP, not taking out any highs. All these turkeys up here that are still short. Like
turkeys.
These dudes are fine. Everybody that sold this up here, they are fine. Even this news pop couldn't figure out how to get them out of it. We just came back and touched that low and then rejected again. So, but it's hard for me to get positioned in it.
Yeah.
I'm not fast enough I wasn't fast enough to click here. I had to click here, and I wasn't fast enough to click here either. So.
You just got to be quicker than that, Stowe.
Well, I'm getting old. Again,
I just added to this position. We'll see. I may regret this later. Only one way to find out. I don't like that. Like we've been doing nothing. Like it's just, come on. Do something.
That's also why I don't want to get back in. I feel like maybe this is where we're going to hang today. It's doing the thing. There seems to be this guy at 65, 88 that has unlimited bullets. This is the 80th time we've gone down there and filled a ton of lots. So
I also see a guy at 65, 70.
Composite trader, actually, I'm not trying to not swear on NinjaTrader. I just don't curse anymore. Like at all.
Oh, wow. Good for you.
Not really. But like usually not at all.
Guys, I'll let you know if he curses in Miami.
Yeah, I really don't swear
That's
anymore.
good.
It's crazy. I used to be, go back and listen to season 1 of Painting the Tape. It's basically just me saying the F word constantly. But yeah, my kid got to the point where you really can't curse around a 6-year-old. Or like you can't even curse and think that your 6-year-old is not in the room and won't hear it because they somehow do. So
yeah, dude, kids, they're always listening and they pick up on stuff so quick. Definitely got to be careful.
Yeah.
But that's really good. Like, I appreciate not hearing cursing every other word. Trish, we try. It's a family
You're welcome,
show.
Trish. You're welcome.
We try.
Now I do. I'll throw in like the light ones, like sell the piss out of that. See, my anything my grandma would not consider a swear word doesn't count. So.
I don't think piss is a swear word.
All right, yeah, cool.
That's like saying hell is a swear word. Like, nah, you're good. Friggin' turkeys.
Freaking turkeys, exactly.
Just trying to remake my clip. Friggin' turkeys.
Peace also, PBH.
I don't know why I like that clip so much.
Paulo has a question. Paulo says, Stowe, how long does it take you to be profitable? Personally, it took me 4 years to turn my first profitable year. I had a break-even year the year before that. And I'm currently profitable this year. I started out very profitable and then became less profitable after that. So I would not, I know it's very common to view this question as like it's some sort of finish line that you cross. And once you cross it, you're done not being profitable. That's not how it works. Like you got to be profitable every day. And the market can change. And then all of a sudden the things that you did, they don't work anymore. So you have to figure out a new way to not suck. That's part of the game. That's why it's cool. But I don't like to answer the question, it took me 5 years to get profitable, because it's entirely possible next year I might not be profitable. So I just don't like that. I don't like that metric. But it takes a long time, if that's why you're asking. Jim.
Hey guys,
What's up, Jim Bob?
It only took me 45 years. This is my first year.
It's not bad.
Got to keep plugging away, my friend. So, Stowe, did I hear correctly? If you tip a half a sawbuck, you're way better off.
Yeah, easily. Yeah, you just have to like, if you overtip a little bit,
yeah,
you're putting it's almost a free way to put good energy into the world, for sure. Because you probably canceled somebody that didn't tip enough, and then you spent $5 to make somebody be like, oh man, whoa, that's more money than I thought I was going to get. Also, I roll into a restaurant and I've got like tattoos and not fancy jeans, so everybody's like, this guy's not tipping. So, and then I tip and they're like, whoa, this is crazy. Okay.
All right. I'm with you on that. Well, great trade this morning, Salma.
Thank you. Hopefully this one plays out. I'll be holding it after we get off stream.
Yeah, I'm going to give you my opinion on the Edge report in a couple minutes.
All right, cool. I'm excited to hear it.
But I like being on the short side. I've been through a few of these. I've been through the Iran hostage crisis, the Libya strikes, the tanker wars in Panama, Gulf War, Afghanistan, Iraq War. I mean, I've seen all of them for many years, and this one is potentially the worst of all of them.
Yeah.
So,
now, Jim, and you, question. When you've been through these scenarios that are prolonged bearish environments, did you see the same things, like these extreme short pops at the lows that are like, just feels like covering? Is that a pattern that's always existed?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that behavior's very similar.
Okay.
Now though we have a little bit, it's more extreme now with the algo participation and the nearly 24-hour trading ability. We didn't have that back in the day in the 80s,
right.
90s. That wasn't there. So,
okay.
And even in most of the aughts, I think they call them aughts. So it's more extreme now, and more. I don't want to use the word. Well, I'll use the word violent. It's an appropriate word to use in the circumstance.
Yeah.
And so someone in the chat's like, I widened my stop and I got stopped out again. Yeah, that's what's happening now. So you got to be super careful.
So I literally just moved my stops a little higher, and then we just popped off whatever news just came out. I assume it's news.
Well, it could be anything, because like a bunch of it doesn't even have to be news, but we're living in this algorithmic environment where like
I hate it.
If you cause a big enough chain reaction, you're all of these stop losses are market orders, so you're gonna get like one cover becomes a cascade if there's enough enough to sit there.
These are real-time news bombs, I'm calling them.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, they just come out of nowhere and it's like boom.
Ain't no squawk service on the planet gonna help you trade it either.
Exactly. Oh, no, you guys are the squawk service.
Oh, I'm squawking all right.
We got it. Very awesome. All right, let's give these two a round of applause for a job well done this morning on NinjaTrader Live.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I had fun. Selma, did you have fun?
Always have fun.
Oh, cool.
All right.
This is the best part of my day.
Nice. Me too.
So this afternoon, is this Tuesday? I had my days mixed up yesterday.
Yes.
Someone pointed out in the chat.
Yes, Jim.
All right. So according to my schedule, we have Leo, Joey, and Nick joining us to trade the close. 2:00 start. Shy doing the afternoon update. So I'm looking forward to that this afternoon. In the meantime, I'm going to wish these two the best, and I'm going to do a real quick edge report, and we'll go to lunch.
Sounds good.
All right. Bye, chat.
Peace, chat. Thanks.
Thanks, you guys. You're the best. Appreciate you. All right, E-mini S&P. So here's my feeling on this. This is interesting. We have a lot of gamma levels here, a lot of option levels right where we're at. And let me just point them out. We have the 0DT put support, which we've been talking about a lot the last couple of weeks, and we keep wicking through it or trading through it. The last 4 30-minute candles we've seen this level, and that's at 66 even, 6,600 even. Right above that, we have the high vol level here as well, and that's 6605. So it's pretty close, and that's where gamma kind of flips, right? The behavior between the folks that are holding these options that are going to expire today is going to change a little bit above that. Now around it, not so much, right? Around it, it's kind of neutral. But right now, we're kind of trading below both of them. Look where the body of the candle is, and look what VWAP is. VWAP is sloping down. It's been sloping down ever since the bell rang. Before the bell rang, it's been sloping down ever since 6:30 this morning. So that's a negative VWAP happening. I had a fib line. Let's look at the fib line. 38%. Where's that lining up? Pretty close to where that VWAP is heading. A little bit above that H file. I have a circle there. I'm looking for that VWAP touch. In my opinion, possible trade idea is to wait to try to get up there and then hit that sell button. Now, we'll see what happens. Where do you put your stop? You got to consider that. We have a blind spot too, and then we have that 50% retracement a little bit further above that. Now, what's not helpful is the volume profile. There's just too many weird volume nodes all the way in the middle of the value area, so that hasn't really resolved itself in terms of price happiness, but the official point of control is right by S1. That's at 65.90. So we'll see if that acts like a magnet, and if it does, this could be a good idea. I don't know. It might be a bad idea. So be careful. Don't do this because I think it's a good idea. In any event, that's what I'm looking for today in the E-mini S&P. There's really no good news. I mean, what's the expectation of good news? I mean, the poly markets now are pricing in a 3% chance there'll be a ceasefire today. That's virtually zero, so not really good. Edge full stats, remember I posted these yesterday on Tuesdays. We do have that single break that already happened below the bottom of the value area. Now, we do have a high chance, 42% based on a 6-month look back, that we're going to wick through this high right here, and that's at 66.39. So again, we break above that 50% retracement, and we drive to the top of the value area. All bets are off on short trades. And remember, there are news bombs flying all over the place, so it's going to be a rocky ride for sure. So if you're trading ES, maybe consider trading MES and think about where you're going to put your stop. Be a little bit more generous. In any event, that is Late Morning Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us at NinjaTrader Live. Great session today so far. Looking forward to this afternoon, kicking it off with Shy Girl at 2 o'clock. In the meantime, relax, have a nice lunch, and we will see you soon.